Lunesta, I use... Greg, how you doing, by the way? I use a multi-stream plugin, and I'm wondering if that adds some sort of delay. Let me see if I can find the settings on it. Main canvas. So this is the secondary output. Let's see, out of curiosity, I want to see the delay on YouTube, on a stream platform that I can't say the name of. Here we go. Is on it. 1, 2, 3, main canvas, 4, 5. So this is the secondary output. Let's see, 7, out of curiosity. 8. It's really bad. I want to see the delay on YouTube, on a stream platform that I can't. Wow, that's like almost 30 seconds probably. Huh. My hair's looking especially shaggy right now. I wonder... Output settings. Wonder why it's so bad. Yeah. Well, I know there's other settings on my account that could contribute to this. Because you can choose your, something about... Now, Lunesta's derailed the stream. Latency mode. I have low latency, best for near real-time interactions with viewers. So I have it on low latency. Huh. I don't know. It's me. It definitely seems to be me. It's me. So, I'll look into it, Lunesta. Thanks for pointing it out, though. I appreciate it. I'll do my best to try and figure it out sometime. I mean, it might also be I'm on Linux. My hair is really shaggy. I need to give it a buzz. Maybe Linux is contributing to it. I don't know. It could be anything. It might be the fact that I don't have, and maybe I should. You can set it up so you encode the multi-bit rate encoding. All right, Pagorli, bust some ass on the jam, man. All right, so anyways, back to work. So we're gonna get let's get the javelin when it hits certain things that it just kind of falls to the ground. So I guess what we need on the javelin is not only a collision space for us, but a collision space that allows it to hit the ground. Because right now we sort of make up its logic ourselves based on one little. It's crazy how much of this exists in a in its own sort of world. So we could create a collision space based off of the mesh here. So you can choose mesh, create collision shape. What I'd like to create the collision shape based around that they're not going to let us do is maybe I can just a bounding box. Maybe it can use the access to line bounding box. There we go. So that makes it out of the access to line bounding box. Ooh, there's a problem with this though. It needs to be okay. Let's go back. This is nice. I didn't realize I even had this. Let's do a cylinder. The longest axis, yes. There we go. Look at that. Now it's based on a cylinder. And so when it falls on the ground, it would roll. And maybe we can adjust the size of the cylinder to be a little bit smaller so that it doesn't look like it's floating on the ground. Because it's a little bit bigger than the mesh itself. So let's do that. Radius here. So if we lower this down to 1.2, a little bit more. That looks pretty good. Perfect, actually. So now we've got this other collision shape on it. Sphere itself right now is a node 3D, so this would need to become part of physics. So we would want to change the type to something else. Clear inheritance. We might have to do that. Or we can manually change the type from on import for the sphere. What type would we want for physics? Let's see. Get ready for the ride of your life. Dustin. Gosh, that train yesterday. That was crazy. I've been waiting. Dude, why can't I think of the name of what I want? So there's a static body. It would be a rigid body, right? Rigid body implements full 3D physics. It cannot be controlled directly. Instead, you must apply forces to it. Is this going to cause all kinds of problems if I start moving this thing? Well, if it's a rigid body as well... Let's see. Rigid body has a mass. No, I just started.
Cool.
LJ, thanks for the raid.
Yeah, cool. You think it's cool? It's cool. It's not cool.
Do a shout out to you. Thanks again for the raid. Appreciate it. If you guys haven't been here before, right now I'm working on a Metroidvania. We're just about to start to try and add some things to one of our abilities. I can show you guys what I'm working on. We're kind of working on, I think they're traditionally called a gym, where you kind of have a playground, a special level.
Shut up and take my money.
You have in order to test like your abilities and the different things that you're going to have in the game. Anyway, so we've got this like spear thing that we can chuck. It was originally a shovel, but now it sticks up against the wall here, and we can use it to like climb, right? So we can go up here, jump on it, and then go here, and then throw it over there, and then jump on it and get up here. So, whoops, if I can do this right. Dude, it's funny how much I suck at this in my own. So it's going to come back to you kind of like Thor's hammer does. And then we have these blocks here are dirt. So we have to destroy that. We're going to have, what we're working on right now is that when it hits a block that it can destroy, it just sort of falls. And then we're going to have it return to you. You can either pull it back to yourself, or if it hits something that it can destroy, it's going to kind of fall and then come back to you. So anyways, yep, I can make that. So yeah, just kind of messing around with like traversal and movement and what we can do with this one weapon and ability combo thing. So that's what we're working on right now. So many possibilities of something like that. Thanks. Yeah, it's I'm having fun with it so far. We're doing sort of the PS1 color palette and dithering right now, and resolution. So right now the game is it 480? What's going on? What happened? I have limited time to earn exclusive invoice. What the heck just happened? Oh, Dustin, thanks for the gifted sub to LJ. LJ, if you guys don't know, LJ's working on XCOM meets Street Fighter or Tekken style game, and he's been grinding at it. He's on year, let me do the math, 3? No, wait. No, you're on year 4 now. Is that right? So I envy being able to stay focused on a single job for so long because I keep switching horses, and it's been 7 years for me and nothing released. So he hit Fibonacci. Nice. The Italians would be proud. Is Fibonacci Italian? Sounds Italian to me. Fibonacci. Hey. Oh, scabbity boo. That's my Fibonacci. Sounds like it. Che cosa? A Fibonacci. Hey. Sorry. Let's see how it works now that I'm doing physics. I turned it into a rigid body. I wonder how much this is just going to break things. Oops, there's the torch. Oh, I don't even see it now. Where'd it go? Oh. Oh, it's already hitting the ground. So it's already on the ground. And now it's just falling. So when it hits, we need to get it to stop processing physics. But that's kind of the idea. When it hits a block that it can't, that it destroys, it's just going to kind of fall. Like that. Punk. Little over 3 years because I never finished anything that I started this. I knew if I ever wanted to actually see something through to publishing, it would take drastic measures. It does. Making games is hard stuff, man. It's a grind. I mean, I don't know. I'm in this weird spot right now where I'm seeing people flip things with like language models and just having, Claude or whatever pop something out for them. And they're just raking in the money. And it just kind of, is this what the horse and buggy guy thought when he saw the Model T? So, pickaxe for stone. Mariano, I'm not sure yet. Which is weird because I always thought the double C in Italian was supposed to be the K sound, like, what is it? Vidi vidi, do you say that city vidi vici? Vidi vici? I know what you're talking about. Shivita Vecchia? Fibonacci? Maybe we're saying that wrong because I always thought it was Vecchia. Maybe Vini Vici? Whatever. I literally wrote it out phonetically. Is that what is throwing me off? I'm biased. I just can't see how amateurs with power tools can beat lifelong craftsmen. I think we win in the end, even if the workflow changes. You know what I'm saying, LJ, is that a lot of the really big indie games, the ones that are huge, are like artisanal. I don't know how else to describe it. Your Balatros, your Animal Wells, they're like, Animal Wells custom engine. Balatro is Love 2D and from scratch, basically. It's just a small framework to draw on the screen. And then just everything else was by hand, basically. And so I think there is something to caring. It's just that markets are hard and confusing and unpredictable. And you can't predict. Like, you can try and call the shot on certain things, but I think knowing, like, trying to figure out trends and things like that, I think is like you're always going to be catching a wave after it happened. And so you're always in the wake of something bigger. But I do think that the asset flipping the modern asset flip is the agentic tooling. And if you're going that route, you're trying to flip. It's like house flipping. Sometimes you can score like a big with that, right? And then sometimes you're just like busting your ass off to make a couple of dollars, basically. Hits are not exceptions. They're made for devs who made plenty of games before. The only exception I know is Stardew. Stardew is one of them. It's weird. Animal Well, it's hard to say yes because he worked in the industry for so long that he cut his teeth on. Billy Basso cut his teeth on, like, he worked for, you know, a house that was making Marvel mobile games and stuff like that. So he really had experience in that stuff already as well. Megabonk. So Megabonk, that was by a Twitch guy or a YouTube guy who changed his name to prove that he could do it again, right? Is that the same guy? Five Nights at Freddy was made like 60 games before. Yeah. If you're chasing something, you're already behind. Yeah. It's tough. It's tough. It's hard to, like, you know, I have kids right now and I'm thinking, like, what do I even tell them about what to do with stuff and how to think about things and whatnot. But this is already kind of satisfying the way it falls. Like, that's exactly what I wanted, is for it to fall like that. So this is cool. So obviously we need a different sound, a different feedback, and all kinds of other stuff as well. And we still need it to stick when it needs to stick, right? So in that case, and also when we're holding this thing, it's so here's what I'm going to do. That's unexpected. Here's what I'm going to do. So instead of making the whole thing always, we're going to keep it as a node 3D for the main object. And then we're going to, let's name this spear. For this is the thing that we're actually throwing. This does need to be a rigid body. So in this case, we have to clear inheritance, which is going to break anything. So now this is the only rigid body. So if I go back to the game, I should see the other one when I bring it up. Yep. And then we throw it. Okay, now it's falling. Okay. So Megabonk guy rescinded a Game Award nomination because he had a previous studio before the one he founded now. That weird rotation could be because the pivot point of the riveted body is not the center of the spear. You think so? Even though it's a rigid body? Why would that? Does that play a role in it? That's interesting if it does. I wouldn't have even considered that. Huh. That might actually, Mariano, if that's the case, that would explain one of the bugs that I have in the woodcutting game. Maybe, I don't know your setup. I don't know your setup. Lay off me. Get ready for the ride of your life. But for Godot, the center of mass is the position of the rigid body. So the rigid body, if we are the rigid body, yeah, you're right. In this case, we're not centered. Huh. I can change the center of mass, right? Center of mass is auto. I can do custom. So I can adjust it myself. Is there a visualization of the center of mass? No. That's unfortunate. So in this case, we would want to go Y. We would want the Y to go up, but we don't know by how much. Let's check the axis align bounding box here. Is there a way to see it? There's a reason I can't do that right now because I'm doing like a Texas switch where I'm taking the first person perspective animated thing. And as soon as you go to throw it, I swap it out. with the one that we let go, we loose. And so it's matching the exact same center point that the other one has. And that's because of the way the mesh is made. So if I can just get the height of this thing, that would help tremendously. The Irish goodbye. It's a Texas switch. Is there information when I select the mesh here? Geometry, transform, anything here? The view, gizmos. I guess if I can just spitball this myself and we figure out how much I need to subtract, we can kind of get an idea of where to put it. This looks like half, 0.5. Right view. That looks pretty centered. So we'll do 0.5 on the offset for the center of mass. So center of mass, Y, we're going to do, is this relative? What is this to? Like, how do I preview the center of mass? Is there a way for me to see it? See, the problem is this is gonna be hard to reproduce. Yeah, that made it worse. In the recent job, I discovered hiding an area 2D disables collision. That's always fun, right? So I had to show all areas and hide the collisions. Yeah, Debug Draw is useful for that kind of stuff. Debug Draw 3D is a good plugin for doing stuff like that. Wallabird pointed it out to me. I was migrating a game from 3 to 4. It looks like it might be okay now. We'll leave it be. Nope. Ugh. Maybe it's 1. Maybe it's... I can't tell what it should be. Yeah, that's not right. Well, if we did move it... Fudging stupid. That's what I'm going to say. This is fudging stupid. Fudging stupid. Fudging A. Fudging A. I like when he in Office Space when he like kind of tries to become like manly or whatever. You could make an Office Space too. I think you could do it. I think you could do it now. Fudging A. Fudging A. I guess that kind of was Silicon Valley. That was like Office Space 2, really. Man, it's crazy how much that predict the sort of ending of Silicon Valley was like kind of right on, like right on the money. I thought it was dumb, but now over time I'm like, oh, this is actually, it was kind of prescient. It's like, oh shit, this is like, it's becoming more and more right on. Um, New dad joke today. I think my wife is a ghost. I had suspicions the minute she walked through the door. Very nice. Classic dad joke. Sorry, guys. Just sort of testing it again and again. All right. So now what we want to do is when we throw it and it hits a specific block type, depending on the block type, it'll stay. So what we need to do is stop processing physics on that thing. If true, the body will not move and will not calculate forces until woken up by another body through, for example, a collision, or by using apply impulse or apply force methods. Freeze. If true, the body is frozen. Gravity and forces are no longer applied anymore. Okay, we could try that. I might need to read more on that. Freeze mode is static. There's also kinematic. Collides with other bodies along its path. Useful for a frozen body that needs to be animated. Okay, we're going to go with static, so we'll just try freezing it when it hits something. So all we need to do here is when we determine that it's hit something specific. Oh, by the way, we need to change type up here to rigid body. And then freeze, we just say true. The Ice Age. The Ice Age. There we go. So now we're freezing. So when we hit a block piece, we need to detect if the block piece is specific types. And if it's a specific type, then we say, yes, you fall. Nathir, how's it going? Cops knocked on my door and said my dog was chasing a kid on his bike. I shut the door on them. My dog doesn't even have a bike. There's a video of an old man who almost got himself arrested for DUI. When the cops asked him if he had had anything to drink, he said yes. This is like a legit video. And they're like, how much? And he's like, I don't know. Like, he said something. And he was talking about like water. And he was just so naive and ignorant to like what they were specifically asking. And his wife somehow explained everything to them. That dude got lucky. DUIs, man, that's their favorite thing. All right. Okay, so we can still jump on it. So let's do this. For the types that make us fall, we'll just set up a dictionary. Unsticky, sticky block types. I guess it depends if we're more likely to stick to a block type versus not. Unsticky. I'll just call them unsticky. I don't know what to call it just yet. It's a dictionary of config.blocktype. And is it even a dictionary? No, it's just an array. It's just an array, and we'll just use has on it. And so here we can just assign the block type. So config block type. We know this is sand something, right? Block type sand A. And it's got the lowercase a. We got to fix that. Ugh. Okay. So we need to test the block type here. And then change some of the behavior. So if it's var block piece equals so we might want to do this on if sticky unsticky has block piece type then if not has, then we do all this. Otherwise, or how about that'll be the else. And we stop the tween. This is something we're going to do for all of them. We'll stop the tween. Projectile visible false. That's the same for everything. Disable collision shapes false. That's true for it always. Nah, except for here, this is when it gets stuck. So this is we do disable collision shapes here. Projectile visible false. Impact visible true. So this is freeze, right? So we say freeze. The Ice Age. True. Freeze. Now, if it's this, we're going to do something else. So now when it hits something, it's going to just be dead silent. If it's not sticky, it's just going to fall and be dead silent and not have the big explosion sounds and everything, in theory. So there it sticks. And now if we hit that sand, where'd it go? Oh, okay. Freeze. So, wait. Okay. Freeze is true. If it has the block type, block piece hits self. So we want to do that. Sand. No, that's always ever true. Tween stop. Freeze is true here. Why didn't we... Let's set a breakpoint. I gotta jump. So we're hitting this. FSX impact visible. Why are we not falling? Freeze is true. Spear. Why are we not falling? Why were we falling? All right, I'm going to copy this code because we were falling before. So why were we falling before and we aren't now? I've been waiting. Am I in Crazy Land right now? What is going on? We're a rigid body. Probably. GTFO sand. Nathir, how's it going? No, they don't. They don't, Nathir. If you submit to a roadside test, even if your blood and drugs come back null, the test alone, the roadside test alone, is enough to stick a DUI charge. That's why you should never, ever submit to a DUI test on the road. Because if the cop wants to, or if he thinks, however you think their minds work, they can make it stick. And it sucks because you just don't know. And so you think you can test your way out of it, but it's a wholly subjective test. And so, unfortunately, if they're asking you to take a DUI test, they already think you're under the influence. And so at that point, the best thing is to say no. And depending on the state, you can be forced to comply with other things. Some of the states, when you get a license alone, forces you to comply with certain DUI testing, like the blood test and everything like that. And so you just kind of have to hope and pray that, but it depends on where you're at. The bad ones love to try and do that stuff on Fridays so that you have to sit it out and stay in a jail for 2 days. Also, the thing that really sucks about the tests is the breathalyzer. Most cops don't have breathalyzers for roadside testing, right? So they won't be able to do a breathalyzer. For some reason, they can't do a breathalyzer on the road because they don't have them. They don't have them back at when they take you in the car for a ride, right? And also the blood tests, for some reason, take months to get back, even though if you do go to a 24-hour place, you know, if they want to see if you have some sort of cancer, you can get the results back almost instantly. Yeah, it's a conversation. But I'm less, I mean, yeah, don't drink and drive. I 100% agree with that. But I do think that DUIs are abused by a lot of departments. Depends on where you are. Depends on your town. Depends on a lot of factors. But unfortunately, it can be abused, especially the roadside test, as being a wholly subjective thing. The worst video I've seen recently is a guy who did all of the things that everyone says to do with cops and just do whatever they ask you to do. He did it all. Still got the DUI charge, was arrested. It was the day of his daughter's graduation. He was somebody who was a certain number of years clean from being on drugs or being a user or whatever. And so his daughter thought that everything was real and that he had fallen off the wagon or whatever, and he hadn't. And it took years to clear his name up. And it was awful. And like, yeah. And I mean, some departments really make it so that they want you to stick those things in. And unfortunately, Mothers Against Drunk Driving has really shaped policing when it comes to DUIs in a very negative way, where they're incentivized outside of being a police officer to get these their numbers up, essentially. And it's a bummer, but I've just seen so many videos of people just not under the influence, especially Tennessee, man. If you live in Tennessee, the highway patrol there, what is it? Last year they had 800 DUI arrests that came back 0 for everything. It's insane. And so and it ruins people's lives. That's the worst part about it is DUI charge. Most people get fired from their job, right? Most people, it makes the community poor. The false charges don't help the community. It drags everyone into the mud, sinks the community further down, because you have people losing their jobs and their careers because of this stuff. Pilots lose their license. Doctors, obviously, like, it destroys them. And it takes the right person to be wrongfully charged in order for this shit to change. Former attorneys or active attorneys, judges, whatever. That's when it starts to oh, we got to do something about it because the right people got busted on the wrong charge, even though it wasn't real in the first place. It sucks. Anyways, I had an idea for a game jam that I wanted to do that involved that, where at first it's a game about trying to pass the roadside test while you're drunk. And then the game gets easier by each time you get less and less drunk, and to the point where you're not. And then you still can't pass it to kind of like prove a point. It takes the right person to be charged. It's just like somebody with power, unfortunately. Not the rest of us. Somebody with the right, allocations. It's a bummer. And it's tough, it's like, well, you want to stop drunk drivers, and so DUI. It sounds like that's the way, you pull them off the road. And don't even get me started on roadside tests or checkpoints. Checkpoints are it's unbelievable that those even exist. But I mean, it just depends on how much of a, I don't know, dudes. How much can you care about this stuff? It doesn't matter until it happens to you. Right? It's not that big a deal until it happens to you. It's just so destructive to people's lives when the charges are completely false. And so many people just think, I'm not drunk, I'll take the test because I can pass it. And that's all they're doing, is you're incriminating yourself when you take the test. They're trying to find evidence to charge you, and you're giving it to them. It doesn't matter if you think you can pass it. It just doesn't matter. We've had checkpoints here on holidays. I haven't thought they're too weird. The problem with it is we have the Fourth Amendment. and we're not a papers, please state. Or no, papers, please, capital S state. We're not a paper, please country. And that's exactly what that is. Imagine if you're walking down the street and there's a checkpoint on the sidewalk as you're walking, just to shake you down, ask you a few questions. How are you doing? Can I check your pockets? Stuff like that, right? It just depends on if you think that the biases of the individuals play a factor in what they do. And if you can acknowledge that even subconsciously somebody may be applying something to their policing that is not the basis of truth and is more deeper than that, yeah. But I'm a weirdo when it comes to that stuff. And I'll be honest, I mean, this just has to do with things in my past. And unfortunately, my experience with the police hasn't been positive. And when I needed them, it wasn't positive. And I just don't have that glory that a 5-year-old boy has when they see a cop. So anyways, yeah. Okay. So why is it not falling now? Spirit is a rigid body. That's why firemen are cooler. Firemen are the best, man. These people are putting their lives on the line. They're going to die of cancer. Most of them die of cancer because of the equipment that they wear. The fire retardants give them cancer in their late ages. Most of them know they're going to die a really shitty, horrible death because they chose that career path. And so I have massive respect for firemen. Um, they are heroes, like 100%. That I'm not discrediting. There are some, you know, there are people who are honest and try their best in law enforcement. But I'm more critical of it, and I think we all should be, because it is the part of the state or the force of government that is allowed to use violence against us, and therefore we need to be critical of it. That's just my opinion. Um, okay, so now it's falling. Blah, blah. I always feel like I go on these rants when I start to build up momentum as a streamer, and it's like, this is how I lose people. Don't do it, Cricket. Don't do it, Murph. Don't let me go. Don't let me go, Murph. Every time I'm doing it, that's what's playing in my head. Oh, no. Okay, I'm really confused right now from a logic standpoint, because we're dealing with a Boolean condition here, and it's not behaving the way I'm expecting it to. I'm gonna reset everything here. I guess I should try to rerun it. We just lost 2 viewers. I can't look at the numbers. What the hell's going on there? What the heck? Don't let me do it, Murph. Don't let me go. Don't let me do it, Murph. Disable collision shapes. Freeze is true here. Look at this. Projectile visible is not even... We're not even... All right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go back to this. Let's just see if we can get this going. I guess, yeah, for me, it does go further back into, like, deep into my childhood. You have to commit to the rant. That's just because the rant ended too soon, also. That's Funk. How's it going? Okay, so that's what we want when we get sticky. It's sticky, 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 sticky. All right. So we're sticky. Sticky. Oh, boom. And we're going to do... My kid, there's a remix of It's Like That my son loves to listen to. I'm going back to my house tonight to watch the dogs and cats, and it feels wild thinking about it. I moved in just like 2 minutes away, but I'm getting my PS5, so that's neat. I feel like I'm missing context. So are you talking about like your parents or huh? Huh? Okay. So but there's nothing doing any freeze here. So why is it staying stuck? I am so confused.
Shut up and take my money!
Why is it now stuck? Wait a second. No, that's not it. Dude, thank you so much, Dustin. Dustin, one of the patron saints of the stream. Watchful. But anyways. I guess that's the hardest thing to present an argument of, hey, the way we do this thing that's supposed to stop drunk drivers is flawed. And it's like, oh, so you want there to be drunk drivers? And it's like, well, that's not an honest take on what I'm saying. I want the right people to be off the road. And the way that we have it set up right now is kind of fucked. That's all. And
I can't believe you've done
this. That's my main thing. Is it Gilbert? Gilbert, thanks for the follow. Wait, you stream too? Yeah, Dustin just started streaming. Dustin's been taking, I think you're on a little bit of a hiatus right now. Let me do a shout out to Dustin. I haven't done that. I'm dabbling. Gilbert, nice. Welcome in. So why aren't we falling right now? Why aren't we falling? We're going to go back again to what we had. You know, there's a girl that I fell in love with. Her name was Komoko. But then she moved to Japan. Should we listen to that song again? From the T2 kid? Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow. I so wanted to be T2 John Connor when I was a kid. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Look at that. Look at how unbalanced it is. Your spear is not balanced. The idea that she's foreign and she moved to Japan. Yeah. The beginning of that song. All right, I got to put it on again. I brought it up to Greg the other night. Yesterday, I think. Let me find it again. I don't know how to search. I don't know how to find it. John Connor song. Is that going to do it? What's the kid's name? What was his name? The actor? Edward Furlong. Edward Furlong. This is how you lose viewers. I'll be waiting. Here it is. I can't do it. I'm going to lose everybody if I put this on. Let's just watch the intro. Because it's really awkward, but it's also really cute. Okay, this was manufactured by a Japanese pop studio thing, okay? And it's so cute when you think about it from that perspective.
Well, when I was younger, I met this girl named Tomoko.
Tomoko, that's
She
what it is.
lived with her family in a house next to mine. We went to school together in San.
Look at the line read. He messes up the line read, and they kept it. Go back. He gets the word wrong.
Well, when I was younger, I met this girl named Tomoko. She lived with her family in a house next to mine. We went to school together in San Francisco. She was really smart, too. But she was very beautiful. I had a huge crush on her. Well, about 3 years ago, her father had to go back to Japan for some business, and she moved away, and I was very sad. She didn't really write letters, but she just sent me things. She told me that her father was a very respected professor. No wonder she was so smart. Well, anyways...
I love that. No wonder she was so smart. Because it's like, well, okay, how do we get this, we're trying to make this American heartthrob for these Japanese girls. And it's like, well, she's super smart and she does really good in school. And it's like, that's me.
Spring break came along and I decided I wanted to wander around Asia. So I asked my parents and they said okay. So I went to Thailand and Malaysia, and now I'm in Japan.
I went to Thailand and Malaysia. Oh. Any parent would just be like, yeah, that's cool. You're a teenager. Like not 18 yet, but it's fine on your own.
All I have is a picture of Tomoko and her address. I don't know if she even wants to see me.
What a gamble. What a gamble.
We'll see.
Anyways, this feels like a PSA. I mean, it's more like, dude, she never writes, she never writes me. She just sends me these little trinkets. Like, I don't know. That's a gamble to just show up unannounced. You don't know her life situation. She's never communicated to you, like, what she's dealing with. And then you're just going to show up at her house. That's, woo, that's going to work out good. Okay, so now we're going to do our sticky check. If unsticky has block piece type, then we do this. Some of this, but not all of it. Otherwise, we freeze. This is, okay, so I have my logic inversed. So else freeze. Freeze is true. Okay, now we're making sense. Okay, and then it won't do the explosion now when we go and throw it against something that it sticks to. It won't even make the sound, right? So, okay, so it's not even stopping. So, tween stop, first thing. Yes, on freeze, true. Tween stop. Okay, good. So the tween stops. That's what we want. And now we don't want to play. We do. Do we want the impact animation on the stuff that it's breaking? I'm going to say no. Impact visible, true. Sound effects. All of this is going here. So where did tween stop come into play? Right there. So we're going to copy all of this. And go like that. Okay, so now... Okay. And then projectile visible false is here. Okay. Now if we hit the sand, Where does it go? Where did it go? Why does it disappear? Huh? Huh? Oh, we don't stop the tween. You can't stop the tween. Okay, so the tween stops. But then now why are we frozen in disable collision shapes false? Is that disabling all collision shapes? No, we have a special array, right? Why is it not falling? Okay, let's do this backwards then. Freeze is true. But now it's doing the sound. Oh, we didn't save. Okay. So we want hit self. What does block piece hit do? It destroys the block on a certain type. Okay. But then here, so we want everything else to go here. Pass. Okay. What the hell? What the hell? Let's do both. All of the same things, but we don't freeze. Okay? And it should fall. No. Godot! I closed it. No. You know what's especially confusing is that it's Godot because it's waiting for Godot, but the developer, what's his name? Juan? The guy who started this, he calls it Godot. Which is weird because he named it after Waiting for Godot. Which I thought it was funny that he... Why are we not falling? God bless America. We're going to set freeze to false. Manually. What? Why is it freezing? Okay. Mike, how you doing, man? How's it going? Doing okay? That's good. Oh, man, it falls really far. Okay, that's good. And then it stays. Good. We might want to render the object with a little bit of its own lighting or something to... Is there a way to... You know how you have unshaded? Can you go from... With a shader, can you say... Unshaded is like one state, but I want to be about 50% unshaded. Is that possible? Does anybody out there know in shader land? We went and did the kids fair with the kids today. And my son is quite the salesman. He is so... He's like, you know how there's a term with dogs, food motivated, you know? Like some dogs are food motivated, so they're a lot easier to train because you can just use food and to reinforce. He's a little capitalist. I'm a little disturbed. He's quite the salesman. And he He money motivated. That's the term for him. He was he was so good. He made these coloring books, and his artwork's actually really good. I think it's really technical for a 4-year-old. It's really technical. I showed it a couple of days ago. Stefan, how's it going? Uh, and Nathir, I hope you're doing good. Anyways, yeah, he would. He one time, some lady came up and he had his coloring books and he gets out of his chair and he goes and approaches them and all this stuff that's just like natural to him. It's amazing. And he grabs the coloring book and he gives it to this lady and he goes, "Here you go." And she's like, "Oh, thank you." And he's like, "That's $3." And he sold it. She bought it. It was he's great. Uh, but he's like doing the pitch. He made oh yeah, I don't interfere at all. I just make sure he says thank you when they give him his money. And uh and he made some bookmarks as well. And he's like approaching like, he's like, "These would be great for your kid." It's like you know, it's just like, damn, he's really good at this. I need him to. I can't wait for. That's your next billionaire. These would be great for your kid. So okay. Uh, impact visible. Impact visible. So if we don't do impact visible and we don't do these, and we don't do sound, how are we looking now? Bink, bink. That's what we want. And then over here, it locks in. I think we got something. So now we can just change the sound that we're playing when we hit something. You don't need to worry about him financially? I don't think so. He's got street smarts, but he's not from the streets. I don't understand it. All right, let me find the sound effects folder. I have a folder of sound effects here I'm looking for. Yeah, he's just got an instinct on it. He I think we build the walls of our children. I think we build the mental prisons that we as adults then struggle with. Those were laid into us by our surroundings. And the rest of your life is trying to understand that those things can be broken down if you're lucky enough to be able to kind of think on them that way. Where's the Ultimate Wood Pro? Hell yeah. Wizards. What is this? I don't know what that is. First person. Did I delete my sound effects? Are these in code? Sorry guys, kind of clicking around here. Assets. Kenny Music. SFX. So arrow, crit, fire. So if I go home and I search arrow, something went wrong. Oh, I don't want to do that. I want to search. Sorry. Arrow. Crit. Here we go. Oh, it's in Documents FSX. Documents. Okay. Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah. SFX. Combos and crits. Here we go. Crafting sounds. Okay. Combos and crits. What do we got? Arrow. We have arrow sounds. There's the one. Oh no! He closes it like an idiot. Documents, SFX. Combos and crits. Arrow. So we need like a thunk sound. So that could be the miss, right? This is the hit. That's like a dink, like a... These are the hit sounds. This is the fire sound. And these are the hit sounds. Okay. Literally A, B, C, D, E. These are fell. This one seems okay. So we'll do B's all right. A's all right. A and B are pretty close. I don't have my headphones on, so I'm not hearing the full range on this thing. So I'm going off of like laptop speaker quality right now. We're going to go with that. Let's go to SFX. And we're going to open this up. And we're going to bring it in. Okay, so now we have arrow miss. Now, let me show you the beautiful way we do audio in the game, because I really like this. So we're going to go over here, and we have audio. And then in here, we have different streams. And I have an SFX stream here. And then we just have different enumerators. Javelin throw, javelin impact. And I think we need to change the names of some of them, actually. But we're going to go ahead and let me get rid of this. And we're going to go add the enumerator we want. So is that a config enum? I think it might be. Let's see. Config. Block type, enemy type, item type. It is not. It is in game. Oh, we want to move that. SFX, but we have it here. We draw it in when we play anything. Okay. Javelin throw impact. So let's do javelin. It's not really impact. Javelin ding. Javelin bounce. Let's call it. Okay, so javelin bounce. So all we do down here is we go and I got to click off and click back on so that the enumerator populates. So we have javelin bounce here. And this is going to be, we're not going to use a randomizer. Oh, yeah, we're going to use a randomizer. Because we want to be able to randomly adjust the pitch and everything. I think we could do it on a single stream, though. Audio stream. Can we have random pitch on an audio stream? No, you can't. So we want that randomizer. And so we have some semitones and random volume offsets. Fine. But then streams. So for here, we're just going to pick one stream. And that one stream is going to be our arrow. Was it crit fire? I think it was crit fire, right? So arrow crit fire. So now we have we got to add it. Done. So now it's there. And I just want to make sure. This is weird. Why are we two things here? Hang on. This should just be audio stream.
Oh, that's cool.
Quick load,
Cool?
arrow.
Yeah, cool. You think it's cool? It's cool.
Arrow miss,
It's
and-
not cool.
What is happening? Robin! Shout out. Working on a sequel. How was your stream today? Rodrigo! Rodrigo's always coming in on these raids. I gotta be doing shout outs to Rodrigo. I'm not a good host. What's up, Doddle? Doddle. What's up, Honky? How you doing? What were you working on today, Robin? You didn't even visit Cricket and he's in Idaho? Oh, were you in the area? I'm in southern Idaho. I just got to preface that. I'm not in northern Idaho. I'm on the foot. I'm on the heel. Don't judge me. It was good. Just got back from a work trip. I was in Island Park. He was in northern. Okay. I'll be honest, I don't know Idaho well enough to have that even mean anything. Fremont. Okay. It looks beautiful. Oh man, that is a huge lake. Oh, you got some falls there as well. Those are beautiful. You guys haven't ruined them with turbines. My God. No, 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 no. Is this near Montana? With a hot tub in the cabin? Yes. Very nice. This is gorgeous. Holy Toledo. Hang on. I got to put up these pictures. 3 minutes from Yellowstone. Okay, so it's near the border. Lots of rebel flags. Depends on where you're at. You see a lot of those in California too, depending on where you are. You can't hide from the racists, unfortunately. You just can't. All right. Look at this. Holy smokes. Look at that. Was that the cabin? It was a little breezy, the cabin. My cabin overlooked the lake. Man, that lake is amazing. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. It's huge. These are the falls in winter. Oh my God. I mean, Idaho's parks are insane. They're all state parks too. None of them are federal. It's wild. Look at that. Oh. Oh. Was it like this? Oh man. Holy smokes. Look at this. Wow. This is a cool area. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so it's north. It's middle. So it's kind of just east, I guess you would say. It's right on the top of the boot. The foot of the boot. The toe of the boot. Yeah. Wow. Look at this one. Oh my God, this is like ancient. Wow. This is like an old wood cutting mill. Wow. Wow, this is great. Anyways, Montana is really pretty. Like you get near that area, a lot of that place is really really good looking. Um, yeah. 30 minutes from Yellowstone. My kid still doesn't know about super volcanoes, and she can never find out about them. Okay? We're dealing with cloud bursts right now, or what are they called? Rain bombs, as they're referred to in the news media. And it's causing sleepless nights. Thanks, PBS. You really screwed things up for us. All of my kids' sleepless nights have been caused by PBS. How is that possible? I'm like, let's watch this really violent movie and she's fine. And then it's like PBS is what's giving her sleepless nights. It's like, what? How is this possible? The trip was fine except for the flights and trying to get a rental in Idaho Falls. Interesting. Yeah, I'm close to Idaho Falls. I'm in Magic Valley. So in Jerome County. So don't tell her about global warming. She knows about that. She's not as existential about that. But yeah, it was volcanoes for years when she was younger. And she was insisting that there's a volcano right under our house and everything. And I had to explain a bunch of things about geology and all this stuff to try and calm her down about it. Um, Let me do a shout out to Rodrigo now that I'm thinking of it. Rodrigo's very talented musician, streams his work, is available for hiring for your game. Strongly recommend checking him out. Rodrigo Tony Pro Hawk Skater is the full username. Tony Pro Hawk Skater. That's the anyways. Hate to raid and run, but I gotta feed the cat. I understand completely. Have a good night. Enjoy the rest of your day. Tony Pro Hawk Skater. Tony Pro Hawk Skater. Okay, so we're working on our sound effects here for the javelin. So let me show you guys what we got going on here. Tony Pro Hawk Skater. Tony Pro Hawk Skater. Play Javelin Impact. We're going to play Javelin Bounce. Bounce around. Bounce, bounce. Bounce up and get down. And... it's playing the wrong sound. I got them backwards. Okay, I got to... Okay, so I got the sounds reversed. Give me a second. Give me a second. Whoop. And then we're going to fix it here. So this is not arrow miss. It's arrow crit. And then the bounce is arrow miss. Okay. Save. Is this going to work on runtime while it's running? Let's find out if it changed it. So we're going to go. Yep. And then if we hit the... So that's sand up there. It's kind of hard to see, but that's sand. And so when it hits sand, it falls to the ground. Still not balanced on our center of gravity on our spear because it's rolling. But we can jump. Why is she so very loud all of a sudden? My God, woman. Calm down with those noises. So when it hits the sand block goes away and then it falls to the ground. And then you can... Oh, I fell. What is going on right now? What's going on? What's going on? What's happening? What's going on? That's the rule now. Okay, what's going on? What's happening? Why is she so suddenly very orgasmic? SFX, efforts. So we're playing efforts. What's going on? What's happening? Weights. I can't change the overall sound of this thing. What's going on? Maybe I should put it back the way I had it. Something's different all of a sudden. What happened? Lady, why is she so loud? Oh, boy. Whew. Okay. We might want to work on the efforts here. Maybe we don't want an effort sound when we jump. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. That's the problem with female exertion sounds in games. Is it unfortunately it can really go either way. If you know what I mean. It's okay, so that's the so it's on the player controller. Effort. Secondary action. This is throw. And dig. Vin action shrink. Where's jump? Jump around. So we're playing effort there too. So it's doing effort for both. All of a sudden she's loud.
What the dog doing?
What is the dog doing? What are the dog doing? Dimitri, how's it going? The houses remind me of Tahoe. Tahoe. Lake Tahoe? California? Or not Cal? Is it Tahoe's? Tahoe's in California, right? What? We need a little like for the jump. Maybe we don't do the efforts for the throws. Here we go. Okay. What is the dog doing? What the dog doing? Boop, 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 boop. Dog goes bark. What the dog doing? Ticka, 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 da. So those hit the sand and they fall. So we need like a different VFX when the sand gets hit. We need like a little puff. Little puff. So let's look at our FX. Did you know there's no starting sound for X? Did you bros know that? No word starts with X. Find a word that starts with X. You can't. It doesn't exist. So we've got clouds. But these are, we can change these. We're not fixed to any of this, right? But I want little puffs. Little puffs. Been out of loop a while. It is on pause right now, Dimitri. Here's the best way I can put it. I think it has the best possibility of being a game that could sell. But as Marie Kondo would say, this did not bring me joy. It was by far the most agonizing project I have ever been engaged in my entire game development experiment. I just didn't like it. I did not like working on it at all. Like, to the point where I was like, I have to take a break because this could kill my streaming. Like, I could seriously just walk away. And so it exists still, but I've definitely shelved it for a bit. So we're working now on a 3D kind of Metroidvania thing. We're going to see how far we can get with this bad boy. We're using Minecraft style blocks for level design. I can show you some of the stuff. Which game is this? The logging one? No, we're not in the logging one right now. I can show you some of the things I've been working on with this. Right now we're working on the gym for the game, so we're just kind of working on like what abilities exist and stuff and how they work. We have an in-game editor, so we can go into our edit mode here, and we can change our blocks and set blocks. We have biomes where we can set the boundary that you're seeing here is a room outline. For the 3D map, it indicates what the size of this quote-unquote room is that is going to show up on the map. And you can cut, copy, and paste quantities of block and delete quantities of block as well. And so I've got this like level editor thing going. And so this is like basically like Minecraft creative mode. So while we're playing the game, I can literally set blocks and we can experiment with like level design and stuff like that in real time. So yeah, I'm kind of working on like a gym that allows you to experiment with the different sort of blocks. If I went down here, actually, I could show you. Let's do a sand block. So we could do these sand blocks here. And actually, one thing we could do is we could block the entire... How could I do this? I guess we could do something like, I could do this. I don't know. Then we can go back to our player controller. And then, so we got these sand blocks. And then we can knock them out. So the spear is going to come back to us kind of like Thor's hammer. Anyway, so then we can put it on there. But I guess if the blocks are here already, we can just climb those. Right? So anywho, get up there. There we go. There we go. I like the idea of the blocks coming back like whoa! Push myself off. Coming back like Thor's hammer. So that's the next thing we can work on. Oh, I missed it. Tell me your favorite game Cricket has paused. I'm guessing the block got different properties further down the line. Yeah, I mean, they kind of have, I'm starting to work out how that's going to work. We're not going with like, although it's like Minecrafty blocks, I'm not going to be doing that they drop anything and that you collect stuff and then you craft. None of that's going to be in the game. That's not, but we're using the block grid design as a fact that I'm an idiot and I can't make art. And so if I have something where all I have to do is build some voxelized cubes and put some character on them, I think I can manage that. And so this is really me trying to figure out where can I find a blend of my abilities as a game developer and create something that has some sort of worth or value, to perceptible value to sell to people. Slippery snow and stuff. Yeah, we could do that. Slippery snow, we could do. I mean, the one thing that I'm not doing right now, I have the sound down. I've got some music going. I'm not quite sure, since I found out Rodrigo's favorite genre is metal. I love the idea of combining some of the musical. Are you familiar with Metroid Prime's music, Rodrigo? I'd like to develop software that makes it easier for drones to find weddings. God bless it. It's sad. It's sad. Isn't it weird that that stuff can be going on in the world and we can just sit in our homes and be comfortable for the most part? Nope, heard about the game, never played it. Okay. I've been working on what are common systems in games and developing systems. This way I can add them to my games. Okay. Yeah, I've been thinking about a lot about Metroidvania design because of this. And I have some opinions that I'm starting to develop on them. Still haven't gotten a good idea to work on yet. Yeah. Basically building a framework for my games. Okay, yeah. I would say just pick one thing, right? Pick something and then focus on that. Because I'm finding that even doing that is hard enough to continue to work on. I know I let people down, guys. I know that, like, I start working on these things and I keep saying this is the one. I get it. I get it. And I know I'm doing it. I know I'm doing it. I know it. I know I'm doing it. I know it. I know. Don't waste your time on me. But it really is like, I know. I know. I know. God. I gotta admit, like, in my real life right now with my kids, I'm finding it really hard to be present. I don't know what's going on with me mentally, but man, I'm checking out a lot right now. Just like, I have to push myself to be present. It's really hard right now. I don't know why I'm going on this weird sidetrack, but Anyways, the scope that ain't scoping inside its scope. Yeah. Metroidvanias are big games. I agree. But I have built some big things in Minecraft. So for me, I'm like, well, hold on now. What if level design Minecraft? And then I'm suddenly like, well, wait a minute. Like I have built floating cities in the sky. I have built I have built what is it? Atlantis in not in creative, by the way. In survival. I built an underwater dome with a buddy of mine. We built the whole fucking dome and then never filled it in. We emptied out the ocean, built a glass dome, and then put water back around it. In survival. Ever thought about making mods for other games as a breakground upon game creation? No, no. I find it hard enough to work with engines than to embrace. I don't know that I have a game that I love in that way that I would want to spend time understanding the games. No, no, I haven't considered it. It's never entered my mind. I'll be honest. I have messed around with like making, like I've done like with Minecraft servers. I had a custom server that actually when I first started streaming on Twitch a long time ago, I was running a Minecraft server. Anybody in the chat could join. It was very sort of libertarian in a way, but I actually had UBI in the game essentially. And I had an economic system, and you could buy, sell, and trade uh, with like a currency. You would earn the currency just being on the server. So I had natural inflation built into the game, and a bunch of other stuff. So I messed around with like in that sense with Minecraft, but not building, say, a Minecraft plugin or anything like that. I've never done that, but I have messed around with Signs as an OG streamer, the Godot community server. Yeah, I bet I still have that server somewhere. And I had like an online map you could go to, and it generated the world, and you could see everything from the map, and a lot of like well-known plugins. It was all Bucket at the time. Back in the day, it was Bucket. Um, so yeah, it was a Bucket server, and you could claim plots of lands, and there were areas where land was it was like a federal park or something. It was like land that you couldn't touch. And so I would, as we explored the world, it would be like, this is too precious. We're gonna make this, undestroyable plots of land, and then stuff like that. Um, it was fun. It was hard because the primary audience that would join me and play was very young, and they just didn't understand how economies work, and they would like dig up dirt and then try to sell dirt for. And I would explain it to them. I'm like, guys, there's not that much money in the entire server right now, and you can check. And but they would like put dirt in a box and be like, oh, it's $100. It's like, guys, there's not $100 on the server right now. Like, it has to be cheaper than that, and it's dirt. You can get it anywhere. There's no demand for this. It was like, it doesn't work like this. Anyways, Ah, that's fine. I'll leave it. It is slightly off. That's weird. Okay. So now we're going to work on something that's cool. It's a cool idea, but it might be hard for me to implement. And that is, well, no, we wanted the dust. We're getting distracted. Are there any small smoke-like effects? There's the fire stuff. Let's see. We're going to open up these VFX scenes, guys, and see what we can see. Smoke effects. Here we go. Smoke him if he got him. Here we go. Some of these smoke effects are dithered, so we can just use those. Look at that. No transparency on that. It's all dithered. So we could do like a little puff of smoke. Impact explosions. And then fireballs. Is there a little tiny impact explosion? Why is it all blurry? Ah, honey, where are my glasses? Why is it blurry? Some of these are glitching. So we got that little like spark one. I don't even know which one I'm using right now. If I'm using any of these. The one in the top right looks okay. Can I pick that? 3D. Hello, old friend. I mean, is that explosion number 1? Why does it look... It looks like the post-processing of this is wrong. Is it 2? This has got dithering. Is it 3? Is it 5, like I thought? 5 seems pretty decent for like a small time explosion. Whoa. Do, small time explosion. Yeah, Cricket, don't sing, man. Don't do it. Minnie's here. Mike says, I would love to work on a Metroid. Well, I've got a level editing system here, Mike. So if you ever just want to poke around on it, maybe I'll send this to you. Oh, yeah. We read that. Doddle. Dizoddle. Let's throw a VFX Explosion 5. Well, let's go back to the smokes. So let's do, like, we've got these little dudes. These ones are dithered. This is the smallest dithered. And is this set up to be emitting? So I can just go, poof. Like I could just emit it for a second or two. Like that. Emission amount. So we have lifetime I can change. So we can make it shorter. Okay. We're digging it. Maybe we just want that little puff. I feel like that would be nice. That's pretty cool. Colors, so we can change the colors. Styles, shading, fake shadows. Emitting on this one. Oh, that's not it. Let's go back to emitting. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Dubba 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 Taco Bell. Scooby doo doo doo. But we want particles to fall. And so that's the thing that I feel like this pack of effects does not have, is like basic. And if it does, it's combined with some other things. Like this explosion here has these little sparks, and that's close, like it's right here, sparks. So sparks is just like, and we got an animation player. So this is main. So that's it. So if we go over to sparks and we just fire sparks, like that's pretty good, right? And then smoke. So this all comes together. This is one of his. And then core. What does core look like? So these are all good. If we combine sparks with a puff of smoke, but I think even just sparks on its own might be enough. Sparks combined with the smoking thing. So that kind of music is scary to Zoomers. It freaks them out. They're like, oh, that's scary. Because it's been used in trailers and stuff to make something scary sounding. Because they'll like slow it down and everything. Catch my drift. Smoke. Okay. Let's make an effect. Now, do we put it on sphere? Or do we have this as like a thing that we can grab somewhere else? Smoke. So this is a one shot. So how do I make this a one shot? Time, lifetime, one shot. So we one shot smoke for 2 seconds. That's wild. 1 second is wild. We need like a quarter of a second. So now, lifetime. So how do we get it to eject all of the smoke at the beginning or near the beginning so that the ratio that should be actually emitted, lifetime, interpret to end, is this it? Causes all the particles in this node to be interpreted towards the end of their lifetime. So this is more on the tail end. So if I do this, it's going to be, yeah, there's nothing there. If we do halfway, so that's not what I want. Pre-process. Okay, that's like cooking it. Speed scale. Huh. I want a long lifetime, but I don't want a lot. If I do 16, then it's going to spread that across the lifetime. What if I did 8? 1. That's not what I want. Let's do half a second. I want the smoke to continue, but I want it to start at the beginning of the timer and its lifetime to last its lifetime, right? So if I want it to last 1 second, I want it to eject the effect like half of that 1 second at the beginning. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? I want to know what made you want to start working on this game. First puff is free. That's how they got you. Like, why choose Metroidvania style game? Because I was joining a Metroidvania jam. It was that simple. That's your answer, friend. So we do, and we do the smoke. All right, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do smoke and sparks together. Smoke 'em sparks. So let's go ahead and add smoke and sparks. And these are two really nice guys. Tremendous guys. Smoke and sparks. The worst guys you've ever seen, because it always changes, right, guys? First, he's loves the guy, and then he has to eject them from his life. Terrible. Nobody likes this guy. I always knew he was bad. Right? Right, guys? What's it called when someone can never be wrong? What's that? What's it called when someone has to keep changing themselves to be like all-knowing? And what's that about? What's it about, Alfie? What if we put these together in... Okay, so now we just fire these sons of bitches off. So here's a real problem, though. It's going to hit that point and then fall, and all of this is going to go with it. So if I say to emitting true on this, and then sparks, emitting true. So now when we throw it, we should get like a little bit of a puff of smoke and sparks. But the problem is it's going to follow the, oops, hang on. It's going to follow the thing as it falls. And that's our problem. So if I hit up here, whoa, where did it go? So that's the big explosion. Yeah, I mean, it's working. Look at that. We don't want that. Hello. You just happy to see me, or do you have a spear in your pocket? What? What's going on here? Ask your doctor. If an erection lasts more than 6 hours. All right. Are we seeing the smoke? Maybe we need that smoke to last a little bit longer. It's not registering for me. Smoke. Maybe we want it a little bit more. Let's do 16 and 1 second. And I'm going to turn the music off. I've got some ambient music just to kind of vibe it out. Get the vibes of the game going. What's a new ability we need? We need a new movement ability, guys. What do you got? What do you got for me? Let's look at some of the weaponry we can have in the game. Oh, we have bad guys, too. If you haven't seen the bad guys, I can show those. Not really seeing the smoke here. Wondering if it has something to do with the fact that I'm using something that's using dithering, and then we're processing a level of dithering on top of that. So to confirm whether or not that's the issue, let's go ahead and turn off our dithering. So I'm just going to disable the We have a color rect that we're applying. We have it on the canvas layer. So now our cool PS1 dithering will go away. Double jump. I mean, I feel like the spear kind of is the double jump. We have like a shrink mode. But I know what you mean. All right, let's make the smoke last a really long time. Let's go back to javelin spear. Let's make sure that we're connected to smoke. We are connected to smoke. Smoke. Smoke them if you got them. See, I'm not feeling like that's what's happening right now. Let's make it really long. We'll do 2 seconds. Back to 32. So we're back at the original settings. And see if we smoke it. I'm not seeing the smoke. Oh, there it is. So yeah, it's following the spear. That was the... I kind of like that. Because it's like the spear is like super hot. Hold on. Let's exaggerate it even more. Let's do 128. So in 2 seconds, we're going to emit 128 of the smoke effect. I don't see it very much. There it went. It's weird. It's like it's got a delay. Smoke is first, though. Okay. That's weird. I wonder why. But like I was saying, what I think we need to do is have this effect be something we stamp at a location. So we might need a pool of this, or we just have one of them. But just like how we instantiate we do the Texas switch on the spear when we throw it, we need to put this particle effect somewhere and just let it go. And then once the emissions are done, it self-destructs. And that way it stays where it is, where the impact was. Even if the spear is falling, all of those effects still fire at the same point. You got me? I'm going to go say goodnight to my son. I'll be right back. I just realized he might be in bed already. And he never said goodnight to his papa. Oh, shoot. He's asleep. Ah, bummer. I'll be right back. God, I didn't realize it was so late. I didn't realize. Okay. I had an idea. Double jump. Let's take a look at the weapons that I have as a basis, and we'll go from there. So we've got some. I'm just grabbing stuff from K-Kit's assets, and he's got some RPG fantasy weapons here. So there's a bow and arrow. I'm playing Rocket League. Dude, you should play with Greg. So we got an axe. And my axe. And we've got a bow, of course. We have a dagger. We've got some brass knuckles. We've got we've got freaking the stabby things from Vega. Vega. I'm from Spain. We've got a halberd, and we've got a hammer. We've got a shield, and we've got different kinds of hammers. Good Lord. Oh my God, that's a what do you call that thing? That's got a name. Shield. I've been waiting for a shield like you. And then we've got a staff. And we've got this little dude. I feel like this is like our projectile weapon thing, although the spear does do that too. Where do you see the future of dating in 10 years? You know what's weird to think about, and this just popped in my head because of your question, Lunesta, is we're kind of back to arranged marriages and stuff, the way that dating apps currently work. It's just like you don't realize it. Like, if you're using an app to do dating, you're sort of setting yourself up for, like, you're being arranged. You're actually taking dating out of your control and giving it to someone else. That's no different than saying, hey, grandma, who should I marry? It never occurred to me. Dating, I think because of AI image effery, and stuff like that, I suspect that traditional dating, old school dating, might actually have a resurgence because of basically we're going to start catfishing ourselves so much that people are just going to be like, look, I just got to go to a bar and meet someone, or I got to go kayaking and meet someone, like, because this ain't working anymore, right? But I think the dating apps have unfortunately really commoditized like intercourse, and in that way has kind of screwed up the dating scene. Like, I cannot imagine dating at all right now. Like, it sounds like a fucking nightmare. Sorry for cussing. It sounds terrible. And I'm sorry for anybody who's young, because dear God, is it just not even close to what it used to be. It's a wild, in the early days of the internet, meeting someone online was weird, and people used to keep it a secret that they met somebody online because it was so socially shamed almost and thought of as very odd. And now it's just like how it's done. I met my wife on Craigslist. Really? That's cool. But see, now it's totally changed. That's interesting. I got these birthday cake Petridge Farm cookies, and I'm about to try one. Should I do a food review? Super official. Damn. It's super creepy. I placed an ad. What? Really? I thought it was like, I'm looking, I have this like fish tank I need to sell. And then you like met her that way. But it's more like, hey, I need some love. Do you have the listing? I almost ruined a marriage with a chick I met on an MMORPG. I had to break it off with her because it was super weird playing games with her and her husband with her when her and I had something going on. Oh, was it like an RP server? Or was it just like you just kind of got to know her through like a guild or something? Looking for a sugar mama. My dad's second wife, he met through a classified thing. Because that was actually, I mean, that's legitimately a thing that was a thing for a while. I mean, it also used to be the mall videos, the like dating mall videos thing. I just got to know her and she was unhappy in marriage with a kid. You did the right thing, Robin. Right. No, you totally did the right thing. Unfortunately, you're married to somebody and you have a kid. You need to figure it out, And like, sure, it's easy to fall in love with somebody or something. Like, I guess, when you're doing whatever outside of it and you're unhappy, maybe. I don't know. But you got to make it work. So no, that was a good move. Right. She can be that girl, but you're not going to be that guy. Yeah. So did you talk to her or did you ghost her? These cookies are very melty right now. I think they'd be better cold. That's good. At least you made it clear. She's not like thinking you're dead or something. You could have faked a stroke or something on a web call. Got some friends to like be in EMS. Just like lay in your chair for like 3 hours. And then have your friends come in and carry you off. Be like, he's dead. Do it over the call. Never moving to Alabama. Yeah, respectable. Respectable. I have no beef with anybody living in any state. As an individual, we're born in where we're born. It's our home, etc. I like your idea though. You could pre-record it too, so that you can edit it in post, so you don't have to actually stay that long, and then have the video like interrupt the video feed with like a different playback thing, like the security camera switch thing in like every spy movie ever. Alabama keeps it in family. Alabama sheriffs, man. The worst. And like, I hate to judge intelligence by an accent, which is almost uncontrollable.
Shut up and take my money.
But unfortunately, for me, I prejudge the Alabama accent as automatically low IQ. The least racist police force. Sure, Lunesta. Uh-huh. I'm not gonna lie, Nevada cops are some of the nicest. Dude, Northern Nevada, when we were checking out Idaho, as soon as you get to Northern Nevada, it's like Pleasantville all of a sudden. It is really weird. Everyone instantly changed. Like, everyone suddenly is nice. It's the craziest thing. And a lot of people in Nevada have nothing. They live in the most nothing places you've ever seen in the United States. But they are the nicest people ever. It is like the wildest thing. Like, it doesn't add up. It's really confusing. I was in Ely, Nevada, the nicest people ever. Let me see. Let me check that one out. So Eli is one of the little ones, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, we stopped at Eli like a bunch of times. Yeah. You know what's the worst place though is right on the border between Idaho and it starts with a W if I remember correctly. Let me see if I can find it. Winnemucca. Oh, that's my daughter grabbed the tomato. Not Winnemucca. It's right on the border. The one that was super it like gets really cold. Wells. I don't understand why anyone lives in Wells, Nevada. That one, I'm like, I don't understand you people. What are you doing here? No one was meant to live here. Yeah, it was like frozen desert land. It's like awful in the winter. I mean, you're under 13 degrees in the winter. Fahrenheit. That's cold. What is 13? Negative 13 Fahrenheit F in Celsius. Negative 25. Negative 25 Celsius. What are you doing? Leave. You're not meant to be here. What are you doing? Yeah, Northern Nevada, really nice people. The friendliest people. It's really weird. I was in Death Valley a few years back, 124 Fahrenheit. Oh my God. That's how I always thought I'd act if I had tornadoes or hurricanes. But it turns out, probably wouldn't move. Isn't it? There's a quote. My wife just finished reading Wizard of Oz. And there's a quote in the Wizard of Oz, Dorothy says to Straw Man, and she's describing Kansas, and that sounds awful. He's basically like, it sounds like a really bad place. Like, it sounds like a terrible place to live. And she says, the whole quote, there's no place like home, but it's a little bit longer than that. Dorothy, Wizard of Oz, no place like home, quote, book. See if I can find it. Trying to track it down. No matter how dreary or gray our homes are, we are people of flesh and blood and would rather live there than in any country, be it ever so beautiful. There is no place like home. Isn't that beautiful? All the while, the scarecrow is getting his stomach torn out. Yeah, she's like going on this. No, it's a little bit after that. You can't replace where you came from. That's why I'll never really trash someone's home. Like, that's not my place to do that. It doesn't seem right. It's where you came from, and that's beautiful. Like, just in that fact alone, like, it should be something that is like special. But yeah, I was born in California. California, yeah, same here. I was on the Central Coast. But I mean, I miss what where I lived was, but my hometown has changed so much. When I was getting ready to leave, I kept getting nostalgic for things about it. But everything I realized as I was thinking about it, everything I was nostalgic about was already gone. The park that I like went to as a kid, completely repaved and turned into like plastic parkland. like any park in the United States now. The merry-go-round in our park was built by my dad, and he built a bunch of stuff in the town, and it all slowly got changed. There was a place called Bickles, and it had this weird wall in between two parts of it, and he had done that. And they needed to expand or whatever, and so he had to build this weird slope thing and everything, and that was my dad that did that. And like, there's all these little places around the town where it's like, oh, my dad did that, my dad did that, my dad did that. But slowly those things changed and got taken away. And it was like, um even though my dad walked out of my life when I was 11, and my parents divorced when I was 3, and my mom got custody, so I barely saw him in the first place. But it was special to me because of that. But like, like we used to have this cruise night, and it was like a very specific thing, but the town kept getting more and more conservative, and so they kept changing it, and it's not the same as it used to be. And downtown became wine, like the whole area that I lived in became wine country, and it became a lot of agro-tourism, and they're appealing to a bunch of yuppies from the Bay Area. And so downtown is just a place where a bunch of people get drunk and you can't really bring your kids to. And it just didn't seem like the best place to like raise a kid, my hometown. And our real problem, and one of the main reasons I left California, is we bought a home in '08 after the crash, but we couldn't sell it and cash it out and like grow. We couldn't buy a bigger home. And so the only thing that was logical for us to do was to take the money and run, basically, because there was no place for us to go without like making huge sacrifices that we just didn't want to do. Yeah, Paso's no place for a kid. And the other thing about my hometown was it was separated by this big riverbed. And so there's 3 major arteries, 3 bridges across that riverbed. And because of the way the school systems work and the way that your address determines what school you go to, there's just this natural congestion that's unsolvable. They always try to widen the bridge, but you can't change the fact that it ends up going through the same funnels. It's like a clogged artery. And so there's no solution to the traffic problem. It only gets worse as the town grows. And so the experience of living there just gets worse and worse and worse as it grows. And like there was other things that I really liked. There's like a parade, the Pioneer Day parade. It wasn't the same anymore. There's all these little things that I kept thinking about. It's like, oh, I'm gonna miss this. Oh, I'm gonna miss that. The old library, I'm like, oh, the library, but it's not the library anymore, And the new library is this big city hall thing. It's just giant building, 3 stories tall, but uses 1 floor, and the rest is open space. And it's just a testament to wasting taxpayer money. So stuff like that. It was just like, man, this town just isn't my town anymore. So anyways, and so yeah, we left. I left when I was like 37. I've been there for 37 years of my life. But once you have a kid, sort of everything changes. Your perspective on things changes, and you start to reassess. Like, it's not about me now, it's about them. Like, what do I want for them? My life would have been better if my parents had divorced. Oh no. Yeah, they call me a unicorn here. When are we going back to the logging simulator? Maybe I was describing it as like for the Marie Kondo. It does not bring me joy to work on that game. So as much as I think it's a solid idea and probably could sell a lot, I just wasn't happy working on it. Completely different city. I want the baking sim. Okay, here's 2 game ideas. I was talking to Greg. This one popped in my head yesterday. Do you guys know the movie or the TV show Tailspin? So here's my pitch. So Kid Cloud Kicker flew on this like wave thing, right? I was thinking about a 2-player game where one person pilots the plane and the other person is Kid Cloud Kicker on the little wave thing. And so it's like a 2-player co-op game, like where you're one person's flying the plane and the other person's flying on the wave bird thing, whatever that board is called, but something like that. So it's like a flying game. Both of you are flying, but one of you is tethered. And maybe the person flying like shoots things and the other person like collects things or something. So that was one idea. Kit Cloud Kicker, was that it? Something like that, yeah. Like a flying wakeboard thing. The other one it had popped into my head. It'll come back to me later. It was something during the kids fair I started thinking about. Wakeboard, maybe something like that, yeah. God, what was it? It was a good one. It was really simple too. I gotta keep thinking about it. I should have written it down. Wakeboarding boat game would be fun. Yeah, today I kept popping into multiplayer, 2-player, exclusively 2-player co-op, like asynchronous gameplay. I just kept having these like weird ideas about asynchronous 2-player stuff. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. Like, I like the idea that one player is doing one thing that's kind of like totally different than the other one, or but there's like this weird um tug of not tug of war, but this pool back and forth of it. It Takes Two was a successful game. Yeah. That was exploring a lot of game ideas in one thing. I want to get Alexa to play with me. It's a I really find the creative, the guy who does those games in particular, he's that French guy, right? Um it's amazing how the voice actors they hire seem to be European trying to do American accents. But I don't think he did that for Take Two. It Takes Two. But he definitely did that. He was the guy who did the prison breakout game, right? Um, I remember the voice acting in that was like, ooh, it's like, I'm an American. We should do this thing, and then we should have a cheeseburger. It was like, oh, maybe just hire somebody without an accent. Um, let's go to the gas station. Okay. I'm going to open the trunk of my car. The Split Fiction guy. Is it the same one? I'm thinking of what's the prison breakout one? 2-player prison breakout. Prison escape game. A Way Out. That was the name of the game. I'm an American. Yeah, that's the one. So what if we were tied to our gear? I'm thinking now. I'm starting to have an idea. I had this idea when I walked away that for the playtest, I make it so you can use the designer and you can save stages, and then you can send them to me and I can check them out. And you could be like, this is fun, and try something. Brothers, Split Fiction, A Way Out, It Takes Two. Yeah. Split Fiction, I've wanted to try ever since I saw the Tuoth scene where you're like having to do all that crazy authentication stuff in the middle of this thing where you're trying to stop something from happening. And you like open up your phone, but you have to like log into this thing and it's taking like a really long time. And it's like, oh God, what's my password? Uh, So the javelin coming back to us. Let's come back to that. So we need to tween the javelin back to its starting position. This right here. So if it's stuck, what do you think? So right now it's right mouse button to throw. You hold it down and then you let go. To bring it back, do you think we press the right mouse button again? Like you tap it and it comes back? What do you guys think? Or we could use the left mouse button to bring it back. We'll try left mouse button. So we're going to give it some spin. We have to work the problem backwards. We know what position we're heading to. We need to give it a little bit of a flavor, right? Let's get the return to happen first. We have the javelin object. We know what it is. We have a reference to it. We're going to. We need to know the state of the object, whether or not we're holding it or not. So we have javelin throw is true or false. So javelin throw is really whether or not we have it. There's a couple of things about this. I think it should automatically return to us if we go a certain distance away from it. But also if... Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll have an area around the player. If the javelin exceeds that area, that's what makes it come back. Right now, we just have a tween of a certain distance, and that's when it stops and disappears. But now we can just throw it into infinity. And if it goes beyond that area, then it just naturally whoosh, comes back to us, right? So I think we need a function to tween this on. But for now, what we'll do is we'll say primary action. If we're pressing primary action and can't believe Craig started streaming again. Is that like a good thing or a bad thing? Let me go to, I can't recall. I don't know. I don't know, Craig. Is that the... Oh. So they're like super big. Oh my God, 60K followers. Dear Lord, oh man. Holy. If javelin throw, if we're not javelin throw, the crazy part about Craig is he said on stream that he only watches one streamer, and that streamer is my character artist. That's wild. If not javelin, throw var tween equals tween. Create tween. I don't like the way we do this. Tween. CS. That's crazy. Did he say why? Return javelin value float void pass. Okay. So we're going to try calling a method and see how far we can get with this. Tween method. What is the difference between a callback and a method in this case? Callback bind. Method uses a callable. Callback uses a callable. So this just calls a function. Arbitrary method on any object. Good to know. Okay, so call method. Method is where we're going to pass return javelin. And we want to do from to. So from is going to be our position. And it's really the transform. Global transform. And then to, from and to. You know what? We're going to say from 0 to 1. Duration. Now, do we want the duration to be the same? See, this is where things get complicated with doing the tweens. Do we even tween this? Or do we have a flag that says return javelin? And then on the process step, if that's true, then we're saying, okay, we're going to lerp back to a position. And then that way it can be that it comes to us at the same speed. But I feel like if it returned faster, if it was further away, that's more consistent of an experience for the player. But then if it's really close and you do a tween return, it's going to come back really slow. It's going to seem slow. So like if it's right next to you and we say return in 1 second, it's like, whomp, and you're like, okay. It's like right there. It should be just punk. But then if it's really far away, it's like, and it's coming at you really fast. So maybe we do just want to lerp the number. Any thoughts, bros? Let's just get the action right. How about that? We'll do it in 1 second. We'll do it live. We'll do it live. And then we have to say our starting transform. Return javelin. Return starting transform 3D. Transform 3D. So that's our starting transform. We have to record this so that we can tween it. We can't pass it because then maybe we could. Could I just bind it? Javelin global transform. I think we can't do this because we have to change the value. But I'm not sure that if we bind something, does it just return a copy of it? Let's find out. So return javelin, starting transform 3D, Transform 3D. Okay. So we got our two bros here that we need. We have the value that we're tweeting to. And we have our starting transform. Now we need to manipulate the thing to come to us. Now, what we want to do is return the animation player. We want to reset. So when the action is this, I guess once it's been thrown and it hits something, animation player reset. So that resets the position of it on our player. And we need a reference to the javelin. So game javelin shovel global is what we want to use, not our local. Some of this is a little nasty. I'm not ashamed to admit that this is a little gross. I've been in and out of the pool all day. It was 100 and F today. Holy shit. Ken is just a good friend, I guess. Also crazier, Ken's mentor is Nimlot, a guy who worked on Life is Strange 1 and 2, Dishonored 1 and 2, Witcher 3, and Hogwarts Legacy. Wow, that is a tenured game credit. Very lucky in to be part of that series of games. Wild. I wish I had a pool. I was on my work trip in a super nice resort with a cabin and a hot tub in my cabin. I decided to use TMDB for Cinemadal because I guess I can monetize with ads on my free API key. Whoa. Good to know. Whoa. Whoa. So we're just going to tween between the transforms. So how do we do this? What is it you say you do here? What is it you say you do here? I told you I'm good with people. God damn it. I'm a people person. So you physically hand them to the engineers? Well, no. My secretary does that. Can we lerp a transform? Can we lerp a transform? Can we lerp a transform? Can we lerp? Interpolate with. Here we go. Returns the result of a linear interpolation between this and X form given by the weight. This makes it real easy. And it returns the transform 3D. The weight should be between 0 and 1. That's just what we're going to use. So we say interpolate with. So we take starting transform 3D, interpolate with where we're wanting to go, which is game, javelin, shovel, global transform, and then we pass value as weight. Look at that. So that should do it. Let's set a breakpoint here to make sure we reach this. But not the actual transform itself. Right, you got to set it back to life. Back to reality. So, back to life. So I'm going to hold it. Nothing. Let's print the value. Throw it. Can't assign field of view. Why are we giving an error about a camera? Print debug. Print debug. Return %s %value. Return. Return of the javelin. Return of the javelin. Return of the javelin. I know. It's the return of the javelin. Don't you know? How old is Cricket? There are a few clues to Cricket's age. You will know him by his songs. Return Javelin, transform 3D. Transform 3D equals that. But then we have to set it ourselves of the. Now I'm going to have Return to the Max stuck in my head. Headed to Chicago. Such a nice place. I think the Chicago experience is what Chicago are you talking about? Cricket After Dark. Return of the Javelin. Return of the Javelin. Return of the Javelin. Return of the Javelin. Don't you know? Let's see. Interpolate with. Oh wait. This transform. I think I got it backwards, but even if I did, it's not acting right. Return of the Javelin. Return of the Javelin. Return of the Javelin. All right. Okay, it should be coming back to us. You know what? I have to rerun it because the variable declaration didn't exist until now. So should be coming back to us. Now, we're not processing. There's a lot of things going on with. Let's print out the transform that we're doing. Or that we should be returning. Return of the transform. How you doing, Greg? Gregory. Oh, Greg, check this out. Let me put the let me get rid of this. So we have some new things going on here, Greg. We got some new things going on. Let me get rid of this. Oh, we did a month of there's like a theater subscription thing where it's all just like a bunch of theater shows that we can watch on TV. And I wanted to like find out if there's any that your buddies or you were in. Maybe there's something I can watch that you were in. I don't know what it's called. It's some channel on Amazon that we were doing. Because my wife wanted to see Hairspray. There was like a live television version of it. So, Return of the Javelin. Return of the Javelin. So it appears to be doing no modifications whatsoever of anything about the transform. So let's try the other way, where we go to interpolate here. Wait a minute. What is it? I was just talking to a guy, but got a roller coaster. It looks like a hot dog. It's reasonable. It's reasonable. I'm just, whatever. No, we got streams yeah, Amazon thing that streams. Anyways, I was wondering if there's any I don't know if there's a way I can find out like some shows that you've been in or your friends have been in or something. That sounded like fun. But my wife wanted it. There was a televised version of Hairspray that she wanted to watch with my daughter. So they did that. Return of the Javelin. Return of the Javelin. He's lost it. None of these numbers are changing. Huh. Curiouser and curiouser. Returns the result of linear interpolation between this transform and X form by the given weight. The weight should be between 0 and 1 inclusive. Let's confirm our weight value. Weight %s transform s value is weight. Return of the Javelin. I want it. Depends on what the shows are, but I think many of them are older. Yeah, they have the version of Sweeney Todd with Angela Lansbury. So they got some old recordings. They have the 80s televised version of Peter Pan that apparently my wife loved as a kid. So she's really excited about that. And it's like they got the original tapes and it's like HDified. So the quality's actually really good. Yeah, Into the Woods, they have that. Yeah. Yeah. What's the channel called, sweetie? Broadway HD is what it's called. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Now we're cooking now. Now, Tane, I can get into. Okay, we got something. There's stuff on PBS Great Performances too. Yeah, you were saying the suffragettes thing. Suffragettes sounds too much like the Rockettes. You're like, suffragettes, that sounds cool. Time to see some legs. And it's the most Victorian women possible. You're like, oh, these ladies are clothed to all hell. It's still not working, but the values are changing. Now, I'm curious if this has to do with... Here's what I'm going to do. I know it's not a physics thing, but I do have... Javelin. Javelin's a fun word to say. Javelin, javelin, javelin. Return of the Javelin. Freeze. We have freeze on, so what if we get rid of it? The Ice Age. Return Javelin. Tween method, return Javelin. Game Javelin Shovel. The Shovel. The Shovel. Now, game Javelin Shovel. var node. Okay. Something is funky here. How loose is your goose? We've got something funky's going on. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, ba-dum, boom, 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 boom. Boom, ba-dum, boom, boom. Boom, ba-dum. What you take me to? Funk it down. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. I'm unhinged. You have the opposite of bullying. You're a wholesome family man when the kids are around. So he's the other way around. Man, Bullion is just so successful as a streamer. I'm totally jealous of him. Oh, we did something. Oh, that turned off the physics on it. But we still can't get the damn thing to return to us. Maybe is it that we have to set the transform a specific way? Let's see what we're getting for our set transform. Because it returns a value. It doesn't set a value. And nothing. Wait. No, it's only because it changed. Okay, so that absolutely has videos with my friends in them. I was wondering if they had the Dolly Parton one you were talking about. But not any with me in them. I'm professional, but not that professional. The amount of those things that they film is slim. But Daddy Longlegs stars my friends and husband and wife, Megan and Adam. Oh, I didn't know you were a polygamist. It's pretty progressive to be married to a man and a woman as well. I didn't know they did that in polygamy. See, that's a dad joke right there because of the way I interpreted the sentence. You see how I did that? I love that. Thank you. You're welcome. That's the best thing about a joke is when you explain it. It really makes it funnier. Growling. The buttering has started. Billy, get to the chopper. Yeah, it depends on whether Boolean is set to true or false. I'm in a DJ stream in your stream, and when you're doing that weird humming noise, I thought it was coming from the DJ stream. He also has like 50 plus average viewers, which is insane for a starting game dev stream. Yeah. It's wild. It's wild. Bullion came to my daughter's quinceañera. Love that guy. No, the Dolly Parton one is going to be on Broadway next season. Oh, I see. Such a good guy. Is it on Saturday? I feel like it's a Saturday. Absolutely. Malfunction. There's a newer, more adult show that's really good called Next to Normal that's on there. Oh, okay. It's because it wears a hat and you don't. That's the obvious reason. Well, hang on a second. I'll be right back after these messages. I'm trying to find a message that we can put on. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. What's a cool thing we can put on? Let's see. No dead air. Keep talking, Cricket. No dead air. No dead air. Come on, Cricket.
When
There
it's
we
time
go.
to
Found something. is it still going? Is this the same thing? No. Okay. There we go. I got my, it's for little boys. It doesn't fit me as well anymore. Got my my Kellogg's Nintendo 64 hat on M's behalf. No. She's looking into my soul. It's like 60% louder. That hat is sick. Yes, it's very cool. And what is this? It says Super Mario 64 on the back. B, that Broadway HD has a show called The Woodsman that's about the Tin Man from Oz. Ooh. I should watch that with my kid. Yeah, I need to re-up that. I have another Nintendo 64 hat. It's all black, and the 64 is a silver emblem on the top. It's really cool. But I absolutely can't wear it. It's for little boys. Yeah, I mean, I as far as like being supportive and all that stuff, for sure. I would every Friday I would play people's games on the stream, but it was super exhausting. So I've tried to go back to playing people's games just like at the beginning of the stream to sort of do like a FOMO thing. Damn, you must have to carry a bat to keep the ladies off you when you're wearing that hat. There's some like rapper guy that I saw a video of him, and he was wearing this hat when he was making a song. And I was like, oh shit, we're hat buddies. Did you play Finding Fern? I forgot. No, I haven't. So the way that I used to do it is I would have, so if you want me to, so the way I do it is I have on the Discord, I have play my game. If you throw it in there, I'll put it on the queue and play it. Wait, maybe I have played it. The problem with like when I was playing all those games is it like just it was exhausting. Because I would like really give it like a lot of time, even if it was like a very rough prototype. I also had a playlist of everything I was playing as well. Let me see, I'm opening up Steam. Do it once a month. Yeah, I did it every Friday. I don't know that I could do, like, I used to be a different streamer too. I was much more enthusiastic and stuff. But I'll be honest, like, they're gonna sound really bad. But part of me died when my mom died. And I don't know if I can bring that person back anymore. So it's weird. But I've struggled with like being how I was. So I don't know. Yeah, you became jaded. I can't talk. I wore a Pizza Planet hat all day. It's purple. There's a magical property to that hat that makes you look 7 to 10 times younger. But no, I was like very enthusiastic, and I did see like reflection, but also like I just don't stream for like as much as like it's weird. So one of the reasons why I left Facebook back in the day was because I called it a sadness machine, but I'd always compare myself to others in a way that I felt was really unhealthy. So like when I stream on Twitch, I don't have my viewer count or follower counts or anything showing up, because it does trip me up and it puts me in a really bad place to think about. So it's a sadness machine. That's exactly what I called it. Yeah. When my mom died, I knew it was coming, and she had cancer for 10 years. So it was more like a good thing. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the way I put it, yeah, she was fighting stage 4 for 3 years. But But I did say that about her passing was like, in a way, this is her last gift to me, is to like, like, as much as it sucks, like, in a way, like, it's such a thing to go through. Breast cancer? No, it was what was the name of the lung cancer? Edema carcinoma. And she never smoked her whole life, but apparently it's very common in women from secondhand smoke. And when she was a kid, all her parents smoked. Adeno, yeah, is it something like that? Yeah. So it really sucks to have died of lung cancer and never smoked in your life. Like, that's wild. Edema carcinoma. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, but I mean, what I appreciate about Bullion is that he's not, like, some streamers are performative, kind of like how I used to be, really, and he's not that at all, which is really nice. Adeno? No, I think you're thinking of the Flintstones. I had an uncle who died from throat cancer, and I'm telling you that cancer is not pretty. Oh yeah, no, it's not. And that's worse. I heard secondhand smoke is actually worse than smoking, and I'm an evil smoker. I never understood that. I never understood how that was possible. But maybe there's something about. Well, I think the reason why it's worse is because it's, especially if you're young, that's why it's worse. Like, your lungs aren't developed yet, and so there's probably something bad that can happen to them. Did you see the prehistoric repair game? No, I haven't. He runs away when I smoke. I think it's more like breathing it versus like inhaling and exhaling. But it the same people secondhand smoke as the smoker. That's what's always confused it to me. It's like the smoker is secondhand smoking too. They're in the same room. Like, I don't understand. Repost. Am I performative? No. Not at all. No, I mean, like, you've got like a slide whistle out, and I don't know. I don't know. My mother died 4 years ago. I was like, whatever, because she was a horrible person. But one of the things I do remember about her is that her chain smoking Newport menthols, and I hated that secondhand smoke so much. Yeah. My mom has had cancer for 4 to 5 years. It's becoming more common, unfortunately. Yeah. I don't know what the true statistics are on that stuff. I don't know what the true statistics are on that stuff. Because I hear things like that, and, like, I'm not sure if we're living longer and that's what's going on, and we have a name for it now when we didn't before. Because a lot of people would just die. They would just call it, there's like a term they would use for people that would die, and it wasn't something they could explain. And so now we have names for things where once we didn't. And that's where the whole, like, oh, so many people are getting ADHD now or whatever. And it's like, well, it wasn't diagnosable until recently. So it's not like, it's always been there. You remember your grandpa who knew everything about trains? It was, I don't know. I had an aunt who died of cancer in her wrist, but it was cured and then came back and it spread. She died. Yeah. Cricket knows this, but my dad passed away a few months ago. Really don't have any follow up there. Just, I don't know. Something feels worse than my thing. Yeah. I dated a chick who survived cancer as a kid. Until I. Oh, man, Robin. Robin's got wild dating stories. My mom she was amazing when she was dealing with it. She never complained once. And she never issued an utterance of self-pity, ever. All the way to the end. Even coming home from for hospice. Never. Which is like incredible. Because I seriously don't know if I could handle. I think I would. I think I might become an ugly person dealing with it. I don't know. Had an uncle who died of leg cancer. It was treated and then came back and he died. I mean, that's kind of the thing. You're never really. We all have cancerous cells floating around in our bodies. It's just, do they die off or do they multiply and subdivide like more? You know, and then it becomes what we call cancer. She took me to one of her favorite stores on our dates. Oh my God. It's the same, but I love her anyways. That's great. Yeah. My mom's optimism fooled us at the end too. Um and I would say the whole like, oh, you know, cuz she never stopped fighting it either. She never stopped fighting it until the very, and even then I wouldn't say she stopped. But when she came home for hospice, it was only for 24 hours, then she passed away. It was wild. I hear that's the end, like the body stops fighting, and so there's a spark of energy. It's the body's response to it. It's always some other element of it. Yeah. I mean, she passed away. It was most likely a heart attack. Is technically what did it. Yeah. I mean, I was in the room with her. Yeah. It was very like a very dramatic moment. Um and at first we couldn't put together what was happening. But I mean, it was literally like she just we were talking and then she just was gone. And I thought she had like fallen asleep or passed out. So I was trying to get the oxygen back on her, and it kept shutting off the CPAP, and I was like, I couldn't figure out why. And and then I realized that it's activated by your breathing, and it shuts off if you're not breathing. And and then it kind of all came together and hit me like a freight train, and it was wild. Mm, yeah. It's like the one thing that makes us immortal kills us. Well, we're all gonna go. Cancer's a gift in a way because you know, depending on it, you get this warning that your time will be up, and you treat it as such, and sometimes you'll make it through it, and but in a way, it's like you know, and you can get your affairs in order and all that kind of stuff. It's not a car accident or something, and prepare and stuff like that. I can totally relate. Yeah, Robin, it's easier for me to talk about it now. It's been a year and a half or so away, but it's every day I think about that moment. Like it doesn't leave me, and it just pops into my head. Um, and it sucks too because like I don't want that to be the way that I'm thinking about her, and a lot of times it isn't, but other times it is. Better than getting ripped apart by a grizzly or polar bear. Yeah, that's true. My grandfather got to a point where he was tired of living, so he took up smoking again. Yeah, I mean, you know, we choose our vices. How big giant polar bears are? I have not. But yeah, 100% fuck cancer. Um, or graped by a dolphin. This is true. They're massive. Yeah, no, there was other parts about this. There was another moment that happened during all that. Dude, guys, I just broke out. I broke down into like a little boy and turned into a little boy. And one thing that I didn't do, thankfully, with her was because I tended to, and I don't anymore actually since. But I used to live in my imagination a lot. You know, the whole like driving home having an argument thing with somebody and like, this is what I should have said or whatever. You know, I'd imagine different scenarios in my life and sort of play them out in my head or whatever. And for some reason, I never did that with her dying, even though it was right in front of me. And I'm really thankful I never played it out in my head like a movie. I don't know why. But I really felt it, which I think was good. And yeah, I just started crying for my mommy. The only thing about all of it was I wish um I wish the hospital had been more honest about hospice because they were the ones that were making it. They were really screwing us with that. And like I knew it was much more real than what they were presenting it as. And when she came home there was only one thing we could do for her, which was opioids. That was like the only weapon in our tool belt. And I just wish they had been more honest about that because we could have been like, okay, a lot sooner. But they were sort of playing games about it and telling her, you know, my grandpa's been on hospice for 5 years and he's going strong and all this stuff. And we just knew that that wasn't going to be the way it was going to be for her. And they just kept bullshitting about it. And like, we were like, no, like, you know, and we were trying to get it straight. Like, what is this? Like, what does it really look like? And they wouldn't shoot straight with us on it. It was the weirdest fucking thing. And so we were trying to base our decisions around what she wanted. But anyways, the hospital system was great right until then. You know what's really crazy is everyone says how bad our healthcare is, but if you're on Medicare, or is it Medicaid? I can't remember which one. If you're an old folk, she's on both. She cost the, and this is the thing that's like, this sucks to phrase it this way or think about it this way. Her cancer cost millions of dollars. And it was all paid for. And she got some of the most experimental early stuff for her, like targeted, treated to her variation of the cancer cell in her body. And if you look at the actual like cost of everything, it was insane. It was all covered. Yeah, there's one in the Well, when they know you get two different bills if you're out of pocket or if you're covered by insurance. Um, but if you think about how much it costs and how much it, like, if it's a real cost, right? And you think about somebody not her age needing help and they don't get it, that's what's screwy about it. But what do you actually pay? See, I feel like some of that stuff's a sleight of hand. I don't think it's, I mean, my son here was like, how much was it for Odie's birth? I know, but what was the billed amount? Even though people go, look, see, but that's not what you pay. This is the thing I hate about the American insurance is awful argument, because you have to be honest about certain parts of it, because your child's birth didn't cost you that, right, Lunesta? So the problem isn't the cost, it's the coverage. That's the problem. When people can't get the coverage for the cost, that's when it all breaks apart. And that's the broken part of the system. That's the hard conversation. But yeah, if you subsidize anything, it gets expensive. And so that's another part of the conversation. And if you say everything's going to be covered, then suddenly not everything, like, oh, it doesn't cost anything, then suddenly there's certain options you'll never get. But you don't realize it. And so the costs come from somewhere. Everything costs something. A child's birth should be relatively expensive if you think about everything involved in it. The labor, the technology, the doctors, like all those things should cost some money. And you want your staff paid well. And, so it's like a weird thing. Child, but okay, then the doctors shouldn't get paid anything and the nurses shouldn't get paid anything. See, that's the problem, is there is a cost to it, but people want to pretend like it should just, like, that cost should not be a thing that's talked about. Like, it does cost money to do anything. It's true. But yeah, it shouldn't, like, obviously it shouldn't be that if you're poor, you pay a shit ton out of your ass to have birth, versus somebody who has coverage from their work, suddenly they don't, right? So that's where the discrepancy comes from. But when people say, oh, when you look at the bill that goes to insurance for somebody who gave birth, you go, well, it's fucking ridiculous. And my argument is it really? Like, that's where I don't like that sleight of hand argument, where it's like, right, and that's the other thing, is insurance doesn't actually pay that much either. So that's where it gets really frustrating. The frustrating thing about the healthcare system in the United States is, if you were to equate it to grocery shopping, it would be like if you went to a grocery store and there were no prices anywhere. You got to pick everything and check out, and then suddenly you got this bill later that's like, here's what you owe. And that's what's all screwy about it. I heard the government already covers the cost of hospitals, et cetera, outside of insurance. I don't know. I don't know what that means. If you go in and you don't have insurance, you're going to be in for a bad time. But like, you get a bottle of aspirin at a hospital and it's like $200 fucking dollars. And that's where that shit's broken. Cuz I can go down to the store and buy aspirin. Why is the hospital aspirin so much money? It's not magical aspirin, right? And it's just like, this is fucky. And that's, it's all sort of fucky. The hospital has gourmet aspirin. Yes, it does. Yeah, the cost of procedures is something that folks don't see going in. It's golden aspirin. I declare bankruptcy. No, but if I was to look at my mom's bill and believe that that actually got covered, it was millions of dollars. It's wild how much money it was. Her medication alone was like $20,000 or something like that for, I don't know how often she got the batches or something. It was something crazy like that. And her hospital visits, yeah, those bills were crazy. But again, she was in the hospital multiple times for sometimes like a month. And in and out. And it's like that should probably cost a pretty penny. Like on the surface level of what it costs to employ the people, changing the bedpans, giving her baths, like all of that shit, diagnosing, giving her medication, like all of that stuff certainly should cost something. But the magic of insurance, I think, actually makes it worse in terms of like the true cost. And in the States, it's like everything is covered in a way. And it's like in the sense that you could pretty much like, yeah, I'll take that, I'll take that, I'll take that. But then the bill comes due, right? And it's like, oh my fucking God. Like, holy shit. That's what it costs to stay alive. I don't know. I don't know how you fix. I'm not one to offer any solutions because I don't think that full coverage, like there has to be a point where things are denied. And that's the gross, sick thing about it. At some point, it has there does eventually need to be the answer of no. Big pharma's having a huge part in driving costs. Yeah. But I would say the same thing with college education. When we started giving student grants in mass, it guaranteed income to the colleges and allowed them to drive up prices. So it's like this weird problem space of like, how do you disincentivize growing prices while still providing coverage for people? That's the problem. That's the rub. And I don't know how you do that. I have no fucking clue. Because as much as we want that to be a reality, the problem is subsidization inevitably creates all kinds of problems with bureaucratic elements. It creates problems of fraud and like all kinds of problems. I'll ask our AI overlords. Oh man. Yeah, universities and colleges have become gross with expensive tuition. A lot of that was triggered in '95, I think it was, when it was like, let's make federal student loans, and then you can literally source right after that. And it's like, community college is still a thing, and and getting grants and stuff like that are still things. But you can just get a student loan and put yourself in debt if you so feel like it. And I don't know, it's like a weird, and at the same time, it's happening right now with AI in a weird way too, from a venture capital perspective. And now we're subsidizing data centers with local cities and states, trying to bring jobs in and stuff. Or worse, due to the No Child Left Behind stuff. Oh, I haven't. I think. I don't know. I mean, the statistics on a lot of that stuff are. It's hard to tell what's real or not with that growling. I have no. I don't have a real take on this. Is this part of Metroidvania? Oh boy, I would love to tell you how my professors got paid more teaching at the community college than the same material at a private device school. Oh, device, yeah. Well, those aren't. I mean, community college is one thing, but the private colleges are a whole nother thing. I knew a guy who became a DeVry teacher. I worked with him in IT. The guy was a moron. And he got fired because he was an idiot. And then he's like, I'm working at DeVry, I'm making so much money. And I was just like, you're teaching, he was teaching like IT stuff. And I was like, what? Obviously, the best college is Universal Technical Institute. Oh, yeah, dude. What was the one with the just polishing up the graphics on level 3? Who was that? Westwood College? I can't believe we get to do this. Yeah, just polishing up the graphics on level 3. If I opened a college, it would be here in Southern Houston, Institute of Technology. SHIT. Oh my God, I'm snorting. Oh man. I don't. Yeah. The medical thing. I don't know. I worry. My true worry too is that okay, let's say like with nursing, my deep fear with elderly care, for instance, is that nurses enter that space because it pays good and they don't actually care. So again, how do you get people in that really care about care? You know, like that's the weird thing about some of that stuff. Because you hear these stories about abuse happening at these like places for elderly care and it's just as disgusting. And and then at the same it's the same with policing. Um and it's like I don't know how you fix some of this stuff. Right. Speaking of the kids market thing that I'm going to get back to work here, but the kids market thing that my kid is doing, my kids do, they're the people currently running it are aging out of it in such that their kids are now too old for them to continue working on it for them to make sense, right? They did it for the kids in the local community. And the kids market thing's cool because it allows kids to learn about making products and selling and how to like engage in like building up their and working with money and engaging with people and customers and like all that kind of stuff and just like builds character and everything, right? And anyways, they need volunteers for it, otherwise it's going to go away. And so it's like, well, this is the last one unless they get volunteers. So this is it for my kids. So my wife and I are talking about it as a possible thing that we continue helping with so that it keeps existing. But it is a type of public facing thing that I've never done before and I'm not sure how much time it's going to consume. Um yeah, I mean it's good for the area and stuff. It really helps build up like a community and everything. Um is it cuz it's moving? You know what? It might not even be visible because of the background. Let me adjust the color if I can. We'll make it like pink or something. Look at that. They're facing the wrong way. Oh. He's learning. He's beginning to believe. Okay, I understand what's going on there. It's not like you're not versed in being exhausted. Yeah. I just don't want to get stressed out about it and blow up on my kids because of something like that, right? Like, that's not cool. So it has to do with the facing direction of the shader. Now, if I have the material, so he's doing a shader. So there's no, we want to billboard it. So that'll help a bit, but it's going to be coming out the wrong way. There's the smoke. Let's see how the gravity of it, because it's a shader, it's not really taking into account gravity. I love the effect. Okay. I had to hide from the kids. You're like in the closet. Trapped in the closet. They're approaching the closet. Getting close to the closet. Almost at the closet. Why didn't he ever finish that epic? What happened? Can anyone explain to me what happened there? So I pulled out my gun. And I thought, baby, why am I pulling out this gun? I said, baby. Baby. All right, we understand now. We understand. But why can't we get the damn thing to return to us? That part we don't understand. Can we not adjust the transform? Using 3D transforms. Another problem with using Euler angles is interpolation. Imagine you want to transition between two different camera or enemy positions. One logical way to approach this is interpolate the angles from one position to the next. But this does not always have the expected use when using angles. Say no to Euler angles. The result of this is you should not use rotation property of a node 3D. Introducing transforms. Is it also possible to access world coordinate transform via the global property? The transform has a basis, which consists of 3 vectors, matrices. And these are accessed via the transform basis, directly by basis x, y, and z. Each vector points in the direction and the axis has been rotated, so they effectively describe the node's total rotation. The scale, and it can also be inferred by the length of the axes. A basis can also be interpreted in a 3x3 matrix. A default basis unmodified is akin to Okay. Analog of a 3D identity matrix. Basis, transform basis, rotated. 3D simplifies this. Rotated object local. Transform. See, we're setting transform this way. Obtaining information. Transform equals transform. Transform. Setting information. There are course cases when you want to set information to a transform. For such cases, keep the angles and rotations outside the transform and set them every frame. Don't try to retrieve and you reuse them because the transform is not to be meant to be used this way. Don't try and retrieve and reuse them. Interpolating between two transforms can efficiently be done with quaternions. For practical use, it's enough to understand that pretty much their main use is in doing closest path interpolation. As in, if you have two rotations, a quaternion will smoothly allow interpolation between them using the closest axis. Converting rotation to quaternion is straightforward. Slurp. So they're showing slurp. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Slurp, slurpy, slurp. Quaternion type reference has more information on the data type. Transforms are your friend. So, but that's only a rotation. What about interpolating position? Do I want to slurp my quaternions and slurp my position separately to try and match? Can I slurp? Let's see. I want to slurp it. Show me the slurp. Slurp my quaternion. Show me the slurp. So we have basis and origin. So we could slurp our basis and slurp our origin. Let's try that instead. We're trying to assign transform, but I've done transform assignment before. This is what's confusing me. And why else would we have a function that literally allows us to interpolate? What's the point of that? Let's do a Google search. Assign interpolated transform 3D to rigid body 3D doesn't work. Is it AI going to help me here? Probably. Assigning a transform 3D to a rigid body 3D directly in code often fails because the physics server is actively controlling the body. Oh shit. Do I have to do this in integrate forces? What if I just stop processing physics for this moment? What if we just say physics interpolation off? Disables physics interpolation for this node and children. By default, nodes inherit physics interpolation. When teleporting a node to a distant position, it's recommended to temporarily disable the interpolation with node reset physics interpolation after moving the node. This avoids creating a visual streak between the old and the new positions. Oh. All right, so if we turn off physics interpolation, let's try that. So we will, before we call the tween, game javelin shovel physics interpolation mode equals off. Maybe we got it. Yeah, you can, because you're going between two different coordinate groups. Yes, but every physics tick, it's calculating its position and everything based on the physics simulation. So that seems to be possibly our problem. It's wanting to. Physics interpolation mode. Interpolation mode off. What you want to do? Skippity beep beep beep. What you want to do? Print. Gbug. What is our interpolation mode when we do this? Wait a minute. Oh. It's showing 2. Gotta be something else here, boys. What the fuck is going on? It's showing the transform change. Turn off freeze. It's not changing now. Do I need to do... It's a value. I can't duplicate it. This is weird. Because we know the value is changing when we do this, right? Let's not print the value anymore. We know that's working. Let's just print this, because this is where the interpolation is happening. So if we just print a transform, we know we're not processing physics. Let's just print the damn transform. No. Okay, it's the interpolation. Something is wrong with the interpolation still. So if we consider that we're coming from our starting value here, let's flip it around. The return javelin. But yeah, I mean, the thing about like the countries that cover healthcare is like undeniably peace of mind that comes with that is huge for mental health, and likely has real effects on poverty, on crime from duress, and all kinds of hard things to measure. Can you just disable? I've tried that. It's not working. Like if I can turn physics off on it. So if I turn physics off on it and we hit the sand, it shouldn't fall, but it still does. What in the Sam hell is going on? So maybe I don't understand what interpolate physics means, because that's sure looks like interpolation to me. All right, let's check the running instance of this thing. Process. Physics interpolation is off. Okay. Is there a different thing to actually stop the physics processing? There's freeze, which is something cops yell right before they shoot you. The body is frozen and gravity and forces are not applied anymore. So we could try freezing it. Let's try that. Obviously, I don't understand what they mean by physics interpolation. Freeze. So we're going to freeze physics. Let's keep interpolation on. Okay, but our other problem is that the translation stuff ain't doing anything. So my fear... Oh my fucking God. I am such an idiot! Oh my God. I know exactly what it is. I'm interpolating it to itself. It's never going to change. We have to interpolate to our javelin, our local javelin friend, and its transform. Oh my God. Oh my God. They're eating us. And then they're going to eat us. They're eating them. Oh my God. Oh, we need that as a new follow. I need that audio clip for that, boys. Oh my God, this is going to do it. We don't have to do nothing. We can still translate physics. Although I have a feeling there's going to be a little bit of a weird, because then we also have to hide it because we're going to pull it towards us. We're going to have 2 copies of it. There's some weirdness that's going to happen here, but we'll deal with it. We'll deal with it. We'll deal with it. Okay. Run it again. God, that was like an hour. There we go. And then we want to show the one that we have. And we want this to tween, not while we're holding it. It just needs to happen. Okay. Obviously, 1 second is too slow. This is what I was talking about. The further away it is, the more better it's going to seem. But if it's close to us, this is probably why we want to slurp instead of tween. Okay, so once it comes back to us, we then turn off some things. So oh my God, that was insane how long that took. So we're going to probably want to slurp at a speed. What a waste of time. Everything I had was right mentally. I was grabbing the wrong values. Once again, hoisted by my own petard. Hoisted by my own petard. I have a turn of phrase that's a little offensive. That's an insult to myself. but also others. So I won't say it. But just know, I could have, but I didn't. um. So, no time wasted. 1 or 2. Skibbity bip bop boo. 1 or 2. So tween callback. This is a cool little trick I can do here. We're gonna tween. Now we do a callable. So javelin set visible true. And ooh, this is a little more confusing than. How does it work when you call a callable? Set bind. Ugh. Visible true. Blech. I don't like this at all. And then the other one, in theory, we would go game javelin how am I grabbing it the way that I'm grabbing it? What's going on? Shovel. Set bind visible false. The Texas switch, but all the other way around. There we go. The Texas switch is complete. So I wanted to, right? So we've got to get, like, we wanted to, you know, the whole, like, Marvel movie thing. That's a little weird. I suppose we want to turn off physics and stuff when we grab it back, too. Oh, we can do some weird stuff. You guys, we could surf this thing. Ideas are forming. Boop. There it is. Isn't that cool? Kick cloud kicker stuff. Yeah, I was telling him, Greg, I told him about my idea. Oh, now the smoke is still going on it. All right. Heading home. AFK for 20 minutes. All right, if I'm gone, good night. Jump. Wait, Medusa. Lunesta wanted to say something. Probably something about your mom. Why can't I move? Oh, the physics body thing is, it's right here. The actual object is hidden. And now I can walk. Okay, so it's a little buggy. I'll get him next time. Yeah, yeah. So we have the basic idea. This took way too long. Way too long. Really, we want to call a function on the javelin to hide. So we'll just make a public function called hide. Or inactive. And then pretty straightforward here. Visible equals false. And then I suppose we also want to turn off colliders. So disable collision shapes is going to be true. Hide overrides a method from Node 3D. Disable. 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 Oh, it's a little worse than that. We should probably make disable collision shapes public. And then we would want to do that. No, Javelin 5. Why isn't there a new Javelin 5? Javelin 5. Javelin 5. Coming to tonight on Javelin 5. The ship is coming. Return. Start. Transform. 3D. Jabber Star. Jabber Star. Okay, so that works. So we don't need this global. Okay. And and we want to game Javelin global transform. We want to do this. We want to say shovelet disable. What the hell's it called? Why is it called disabled collision shapes? Disable. Yeah. Why do we have to have past tense? What was I thinking? True. Guys, we went to an all-you-can-eat pizza place, and I can't. No more. I'm Spider-Man. No more. I can't do it. I wish Greg watched movies so I could talk to somebody about movies other than myself. Greg, watch movies. We have John's Incredible Pizza with unlimited pizza, but it's mostly for the game area. Does programming come naturally to you? No. This wasn't natural. Programming's not natural. I mean, it's basically like learning another language. I mean, it's second nature because I've done so much programming. But I'm also not a good programmer either. So it's like I'm multilingual, but I have a thick accent and I don't have a huge vocabulary. Like if you were to translate it into spoken language. I feel like that's where I would be at. But I don't know. I see these guys and they just understand the CS shit and I'm like, wow. You know, like, they'll talk about just crap. I'm just like, what? I just call functions, man. Like, I'm just loops, functions, and matches, dude. I don't know arrays. Like, what are you talking about? I don't watch movies. They are bad. Plus, I've seen them all. Programming is ESL, errors as a second language. I've kind of jumped around in programming: Basic, C, Pascal, Visual Basic, Delphi, Ruby, LabVIEW. Mostly do C# now. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit like it really is like when you become bilingual, then becoming trilingual is less work and so on. Learn one, then the rest come fairly easy. Only Delphi I've really looked at was the source code for Sub 7. I think my ease of working in Godot has to do with how long I've been doing it. I think if I was learning anything in another engine, it would be the same thing. But I also think learning how to use an engine really well is not as transferable as learning low-level stuff. And that, for instance, I've been reading a lot about occluders, but the Godot documents presume knowledge about occluding that they're not giving. And so that's where the real learning starts to come in. And so that's like a real knowledge that in order to even read those docs and go, okay, yeah, there's a presumption of an understanding that I don't have. And that's where I have to do like real learning and stuff. And some of that is literally just like mixing chemicals and seeing if it blows up in my eyes or something. And just trying things and seeing what it's doing to try and understand it. At 9:44, look up. Oh, that's ominous. What's going to happen? Oh, it's 11. 11:11. It's a little late. A little late to look up. It was to Nat. Uh-oh. CS knows something we don't know. Dude, these UFO guys are losing their minds. It's disturbing to see all of this alien stuff coming up. Fox News is obsessed with it. It's wild that it's just wild that this is like anybody's buying this bullshit. Nowadays, programming is like a different language in the sense that you translate to it instead of using Google Translate. You use Claude. Have someone else. It's like you have a translator now. The alien thing is nonsense. 100% agree. Yeah, it's total that even the news people can't realize that there are flim-flams and hucksters and there's a billion names for con artists for a reason. You got what's the one that the wizard calls himself in the book, Trish? A humbug. These people are bullshitters. Oh, they worked a government job. Congratulations, you've never met anyone who worked for a government position that wasn't an idiot? Like, are you serious right now? They're all credible people? That's not how this works. Do not give them credibility because they were in the military or the government or anything. It doesn't matter. So like, to go like, look at disclosure. I want to believe too. I'm with you on that. I'm a Scully. Is it Scully? I don't even remember. But like, the Disclosure Project, as it's referred to, is basically an organization of con men who lie to each other and other people. And it's that simple. It is that simple. It is that simple. It is that simple. And it's wild to me that just because you get a group of people together who have these insane stories, that you then, that gives credibility, that they're sitting before Congress and Congress is like, really? And it's like, I saw the files and blah, blah, blah. And Congress is like, whoa, wow, fuck, you guys are idiots. I'm surrounded by imbeciles. If you flew at almost Mach 1 and an umbrella flies by, you think it's a ship. Lighting plays a big part. It's crazy how much of these are balloons. They used to make fun of the weather balloon thing, but a lot of these things are literally balloons. It's like, oh, like these videos. It's like, yeah, this is a balloon, and this is the exact balloon. It's from Walmart. Here's the one.
Yeah, cool. You think it's cool?
Class dismissed.
Cool.
Professor Tiny raid happening. Arya, thank you so much for the raid. If you guys don't follow Arya, you should. Godot streamer, teacher, does makerspace stuff, teaches kids programming, does like, or streams like a variety stream of like nerddom in the best way possible. So if you're not following, you should be. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. I'm working on a Metroidvania. Hopefully this is the game I finish. We'll see. Got it very distracted tonight. Kind of needed to unwind. We're working on, so I've got this little game world here. We have an in-game editor. We're working on so I can like place blocks just like in Minecraft. So I can come over here and set some blocks, and we can erase the blocks, and we can change the blocks like this. The boundary here is the room. We can also cut, copy, and paste volumes of space and move blocks around and delete and stuff like that as well. And then we can go back to our player controller. We're working on this javelin spear thing that we throw, and then we can like jump on it to get onto stuff. Then we can throw it over. Oh, throw it over there. Jump up. And then we can throw it onto and destroy these little sand things. We're experimenting with some VFX stuff. It needs a little work. We have to spawn the smoke at the position we want the smoke to come from. That was more like how we want it to look, not follow the spear. Although I kind of like that there would be a little smoke coming off the spear. Yeah, so that's sand blocks that we can break there with the spear. And then we can throw it there and jump across like that. And then the next thing we're working on with the spear is if I come down over here, I can press a button and have it fly back to me like Thor's hammer. So we just got that going. We also have enemies and so forth. I don't have any of them on the scene right now in the gym that we're working around. At what age can an ADHD kid learn programming? Well, I probably have ADHD. I've never been diagnosed, but I started teaching myself programming at 11. 11 to 12, I would say, is probably a good age to start. Unfortunately, where to start right now is terrible. The world of programming and entering the programming space is awful. So I started learning HTML and CSS when I was 8. Yeah. Those things didn't exist when I was 8. That's how old I am. That was well, HTML was around, but CSS, I don't think CSS was a thing yet. Well, 8. Tim Berners-Lee, when was WW? Tim Berners. When did that happen? '89. Oh my God! Right when I was 8, HTML came around. Puzzle script. Yeah, puzzle script's a good one. Yeah, puzzle script's good. Scratch. Oh crap! Did I raid? I might have accidentally raided Arya. Oh shit. She did, but then I raided her back. So I just killed my audience. I'm an idiot. Raid me back, Arya. Raid me back. Send them back this way. If they're asleep, send them back. I was just came back. I was like, what? Sorry, Arya. I'm an idiot. Actually, learning programming and computer science might be more important now than ever because most people waste their time vibe coding and not learning anything. Yeah, yeah. I think that fighting nihilism is a real problem and is going to be a real problem in the future. I think that taking away the ability to understand how computing works is probably by design. Thank you. Thank you, Arya.
Cool.
The piece has been restored.
It's cool.
Double raid.
It's not cool.
This is how we scam the dude, I should co-op, we should just raid back and forth and then trick the algorithm to think that like people are raiding like crazy. Learning to hack would be important. So CS, we were saying that like 8, I started teaching myself programming when I was 10 or sorry, 11 or 12. I'd have to think again though. It might have been 10. But I contacted my sister and she gave us the old Apple II. It was Apple IIe. And it came with a manual and I just used the manual to figure out how to program in BASIC. And then I went to the library and found a couple of programming books in the kids section. That's how proactive we were about teaching kids to program in the kids section of the library because I couldn't find it. I was like, the system keeps saying that there's these books about programming. I can't find them. And they were in the kids section. And now he's 26 and he's been coding for 12 years. Yeah, 26. Oh yeah, hang on. 26 years old. Still coding. Through Neopets when I was about 8 or 9. Yeah. I was about 17, I think. I may have some basic learning before. I'm not sure. Happy 26. Thanks. Oh, man. '24 is my freak out birthday. I remember turning 24 and I freaked out. I haven't had that happen since. But for some reason, when I turned 24, I just freaked out. I was like, I'm not doing anything with my life. And I'm like, ah. That was my big freak out birthday. 26 squared. What were you working on today, Arya? Something will have gone long if my life lasted that long. At a certain point, you age out of life, and death is a gift. You're like, I'm ready to go. I'm gonna scrub the stream. Wow, it's really coming along. Oh no, that's not it. I was like, oh, that was great. That looked great. What am I talking about? That was the that game you're hooked on now. Someone's doling out game addiction in the chat. Figuring out hotbar equipment. Yeah, I saw you working on that yesterday. I wish I was smart to program clues by Sam. It's coming along. It's looking good. Making games. Am I right? So we wanted to twirl back to us. That's weird. Oh, that's not breakable. Jump up there. Ah! Ooh, can I do like a running? Ah! Could I do this really fast? I bet speedrunners could do something like this really fast. Gross noises. Gross old man mouth noises. Oh, gotta go like that. Can I jump and do it? There we go. I don't know that I should have the emote sounds for the throwing. Gets a little hairy there with the. We're gonna have implied female protagonist just because we want a little bit of an allusion to Metroid and Samus. Is Samus a real name? Or is that just like a BS name? I'm sure someone, if it's not a real name, someone's named their kid Samus already. Like, without a doubt, that's happened. But is it like a real name? Is it like Irish or something? Oh, Samus. I miss Samus. Oh, you're named after your uncle. Uncle Samus. I think I'm thinking of Seamus, right? Uncle Samus. Oh. All right, we made it up. And we can jump down and get it back to us. Need to know P flow amount. How else would you do it? Wait, what are we talking about? Programs everything, including his toilet? What? My brother recently told me he thinks our surnames go back to the Irish, and we are the only bloodline to America. Dates back to some general in the Civil War. Crazy. Nathir, why did you spell program that way? I think you just outed yourself a little bit. What a weird way to pluralize programs. Or the act of programming. I'm giving you shifty eyes right now. All right, got to get off. Good luck with the Godoting. Thank you so much. German background. Yeah, I can't say, I don't know if I should say my last name. Anyone can figure out my last name. But yeah, we're German. Or my you know, this stuff is so silly when you think about it. But my grandparents were German immigrants. So, and now my dad's back in Germany. Go figure. So, raised by Germans, Goes back to the motherland, so to speak. Crazy. Go back to Adam and Eve. There's yeah, I mean that's a weird trip to think about. It's really weird to the two divisions of like they think that there were two like basically forks of mankind and how our surviving species likely killed them off. What were they called? I forget. Can't remember. Crazy. But it wouldn't be the first time we exterminated a species. My great grandfather was a general in the Chinese army. He was kicked out though because he became a chicken. You might have heard of him. His name's So. So McClellan. His name was So McClellan. Or is it Tao? General Tao's chicken? Or is it General So? What do you think about, if you think about the religious part, we all came from Adam. Eve came from Adam. Yeah, I mean it teaches a good lesson, you know. But yeah, even on a archaeological standpoint, pretty much everyone sources back to Africa as far as we can tell. Always like So, but I don't know if that's right. It's all made up anyways. It's just a westernized dish, right? It's not like a thing in China. It's great. And it's ours. You know, we were driving home and we went back past this Chinese restaurant and it was called Chinese First Restaurant. And I was like, I love the name. It's like a double entendre. It was in Burley when we were leaving. Yeah. But Chinese First, and it said below it Chinese and American restaurant. And I just thought the name was great. It cracked me up. Chinese First. Americans, yeah. You guys are all right. I've actually been watching that Life on Planet Earth show on Netflix, the evolution documentary narrated by Morgan Freeman. It's pretty cool. We were watching this cool National Geographic series on Disney that had Will Smith, and then he slapped what's his name on the stage, and I was like, I'm done. Like I can't watch him anymore. It ruined it for me. I was like, I can't watch this anymore. Was it Chris Rock? I don't remember. I just remember being appalled by it and that there was a lack of an apology, and it just like really put a bad. It's amazing how somebody I just felt fine about my whole life, and like I love the Fresh Prince and everything, and to do that, and it just completely changed my view of the person. And yeah, but whatever. I mean, people are gonna do what they're gonna do, I guess. Yeah, I had to go take down all my bad posts about Will Smith. I don't want to be slapped too. You're like, no, he's coming for me. He's like, don't say his name 3 times, and while you're looking in the mirror, because he's gonna show up behind you and slap you. It's like, Will Smith, Will Smith. Don't say it again. Don't say it again. Oh man, man, I like, yeah, huh. I loved the Fresh Prince. I loved all the fourth wall breaking stuff. I loved. There was so much about it. I just loved. I love that show. It was so. I don't know. That was like till the end. I watched the whole thing. I love the Cosby Show too. It's too bad the Cosby Show. God, I would love to see that again. But man, it sucks for everyone involved in that to not get the royalties they would be getting right now if it weren't for one person on that show. Like, that's the thing that sucks about it. And it was a good show. It was so good. You know, there's a running gag of people mixing up Lawrence Fishburne and Samuel L. Jackson. Find it funny if we started that with Smith and Tony Dodd. Oh, man. Lawrence Fishburne. He's like a totally different build than Samuel Jackson. He shops at like Big Boy, you know? Like, he's a big guy. Imagine he's really tall. I don't know how tall Keanu Reeves is. How tall is Keanu Reeves? I bet he's 6 foot, right? I bet he's taller than he seems. Six foot, yeah. 6 foot 1 inch. I don't imagine Samuel L. Jackson as being tall. But maybe he is. But he definitely has like a different build. He's just skinnier. 6'2". Okay, I was wrong. Watch, Lawrence Fishburne's really short. Hang on. He's Morpheus. 6. About the same height. He just has like, he's got like broad shoulders, his facial features, his whole structure. Like, even if you have race blindness or whatever you want to call it, like, they look totally different. And even like, I mean, he's got a gap in his teeth. Like, he couldn't be more like, that's weird. That's really weird. He's tall only because he generates his own image. Are we dissecting humans? What do they call it? It's not race blindness. What's the term when you can't tell it, like, because you just haven't been exposed to, like, I don't know. What's that term? I don't know what the term is. There's a name for that. Naive, naivete, simple. No, there's like a psychological term for like your face blindness. Is that what it is? But then there's people, like, if you're not exposed to different groups of people, like, the ability to distinguish is harder. Sheltered. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of it. But you know, like, it happens in different, like, it just depends on how much you've been exposed in life and stuff. Face blindness is when you can't remember people's faces. Yeah. I know there's some term for it, but I don't know if it's like a valid thing or just some bullshit thing. But misconstruing Lawrence Fishburne and Samuel L. Jackson is wild. That is like a leap. Yeah, it's interesting because it's also a spectrum. I think it just has to do with exposure for sure. I think a lot of that stuff is just, you know, but I don't know. Mix-up famously sparked a viral heated exchange when KTLA Entertainment reporter asked Jackson about a Super Bowl commercial, which actually starred Fishburne. Jackson bluntly scolded the reporter, pointing out that not all famous black actors look alike. No, not. I mean, that's interesting because it's just like, it really does show you just kind of are lumping. Oh, he's black and he's an actor. He's Samuel Jackson. Like, that's wild. I know I've done it. I mean, I've done that. I read a book called The Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat about a neurological condition where the person couldn't recognize faces or objects. Yeah, I remember watching this TED Talk for a person who saw cartoons in the real world. Um, okay, I don't know if that's like a form of schizophrenia or something. I don't think it is because schizophrenia has voices, right? We're on some weird topics tonight. Um, I didn't get much done. I just shot the shit with you guys. That was nice. Tomorrow we'll be on it. Um, innocent, that's the word? Oh, oh. No, I meant like there's a term. This one was called visual agnosia. Damaged anterior cortex. Wow. Is that what it's called? Let me look that one up. Face blindness, neurological disorder, inability to recognize familiar faces, including those close family members, friends. Capgras syndrome? Is this another dag joke incoming? Oh, wow, that one's crazy. A close family member of mine had some sort of condition that never got diagnosed where they just like remembered things that just didn't happen. Um, and had like full on just all kinds of memories and stuff that just weren't real. And it was always far enough away. It was never like yesterday or anything. It was like, 10 years ago or whatever. Time travel, multiverse. That'd be a nice thing to believe, but no, it wasn't that. My dad has a syndrome called Guillain-Barré syndrome. One day he woke up paralyzed in both his arms. A month later, he was back to normal. Whoa. PS5 retrieved. Nice. But I definitely think, I'll be honest, I mean, it's called the cross race effect. Condition describes a recognized phenomena, two factors, perceptual expertise and social categorization. I think it comes from childhood exposure to different looking people. And I'll be honest, I'm learning a lot about Japan and stuff. And I do personally find it hard to distinguish Japanese faces. And so I don't know what that is. But it is difficult for me to recognize unless they have characteristics that like unique hairstyle or something like that. Sometimes it's really hard for me to recognize some differences there. So maybe I'm just a racist asshole. But it is something that I'm finding interesting. It seems to be more on the female side as well, which I don't know what the hell that's about. But I don't know that race blindness is the term because that's like being colorblind and saying like, "Oh, I don't see race," which is kind of nonsense, right? But like I'm not sure if that's the right term. Um but yeah, I definitely find that difficult. Um I'm sure I look a lot like a lot of white guys. Well, I wouldn't be shocked if it's like for instance where I'm at in Idaho, all the white dudes have these full beards and everything. They all look the same to me. I'll be totally honest. They all wear a trucker hat and they have fucking beards, and I can't tell one from the other. Like I can't. It's they just all look the fucking same. And so, and I'm kind of like fitting in, right? I'm trying to like fit in, I guess. But like, I'm not gonna go full beard or anything like that because I got pube hairs for beard hairs, so I just don't like the way I look with a beard. If I had more straight, full hair, I'd go with a beard, but like a full beard. Um, but yeah, I can't. The white people here, the bearded white people here, I can't tell. I'm like, I don't know. Like we had people doing our roofs, and they were all bearded peoples, and like. If they were one was fat, one was skinny, I could tell them apart. But other than that, I was like, like I don't know. Hey, guy, it was like that kind of thing. So I don't know. Maybe I have something. I don't know. But yeah, it's some autoimmune thing. Some people have it paralyzed forever. Wow, that's crazy. Human body is such a weird thing. But I do think that distinguishing faces is established at childhood. I think that that's true. And maybe I'm wrong, but I think the more exposure you have to different people, the more it is easier to recognize faces. But it is a human instinct to do that. So to not have some aspect of it. But I do think that there's something about recognition that might have to do with early development. Um, and so it pays to see different people across the world. Matt, how's it going? I was on a flight and I saw a guy that looked like my coworker and ended up sitting next to me in the flight. So I was like, "You know this family name?" And he's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "I'm headed to see this guy. You know him?" He's like, "Oh, he's my cousin." And I mean, where I live, most of the humans are related in some way. Second largest community in the U.S. Most of the is that a group? Humung? Never heard of that. I said humans because I'm an idiot. What is that? Let me look it up. Oh. Oh, okay. It's an ethnic group. Okay. Is it Humung? Humung? Hmong? They were all saved in the Vietnam War, relocated to U.S. Oh, so they got out of there before all the really bad stuff happened after the war. H is kind of silent. Sounds like Hmong. Interesting. Watching the Australia versus Turkey World Cup. Cool. Yeah, I'm trying to learn Japanese with my daughter, but we're not. I got to get back on the horse. You can't learn a language without speaking it. And for me and my daughter, the key thing also is just reading it. We just have to get really good at reading it, because I think that's the gateway learning more vocabulary and stuff. So we got to get back on it. Get down on it. Burr, burr, burr. All right, let's rate out. What a weird conversation I had today with you guys. Kind of cynical about language learning. Like you need to be immersed. I was thinking about trying it from the perspective of like how children learn mama, dada, and then this and that, and just like going from there. And like, is there a way to do it how a child learns? But they're being exposed to so much language right when they're most possibly not out of bounds.
And now
The
the
most
hotel-
like their brain is so ready to acquire new things that you kind of do have to take a different approach as an adult, because your neurological development is done and declining, and so it's like way harder. Where are we gonna go? You know what? Hang on a second. Oh no, some guy I follow has been streaming for 46 hours. And it's just a room. I don't think he realizes that his stream is still going. He doesn't have scrubbing. I was noticing, I'm like 2 days in a row it's the same, oh, like it's just a room but nobody's in it. I hear somebody on the stream. Do you guys want to see the stream? Here's the stream. I don't know that I should. All right, here's the stream. I hear something. How do we help? I'm hearing something. What do we do? How do we help? It feels too personal. I know, that's why we got to stop it. I don't want the dude to walk on the screen naked, you know? Like that's I don't want him to get clipped with like cheeks out. Someone's watching though. It could just be their Twitch page that's open. Now I'm watching. I'm not this number one. Hang on. Yo. I think you left the stream on. I'm gonna DM. Hey, dude. I think you left. Let me stream on. Message optimal. I don't want to knock. Can I do a DM? How do I do a message from... Can I whisper? Is it whisper that goes in the texts? I don't want to I don't want to dox anyone that I've been talking to. This is wild. Your stream on. Unrecognized command whisper. All right, hang on. I got to do this off on the other screen. They have blocked whispers. Damn it. All right, well, that's a bummer. Maybe he's using it as home security. I mean, that's one way to do it. Just live stream your security cameras. All right. Let's get out of here. I wonder if there's any new Godot bros. It's so late in the night. There's me. Huh? Absolute coward. I like the name. Wait, Proxy. Ah, Proxy just stopped. Literally right when I loaded it. It was wild. All right, let's raid Absolute Coward. Claymore's on. Okay, you can do that.
When we hit the pothole, I worried we'd be stranded for hours.
Raid Shadow Legends. Raid Shadow Legends. Let's raid Claymore. Everyone, much love. Have a good night. I'm going to probably sleep in if my son will allow it. That means I'm not going to be able to call a loved one. Be good people. Drive safe. What was I going to say? That's about it. Much love to everybody out there. Yeah, me too. I did all the things today so I can sleep tomorrow. Nice. Yeah, we had a big kids fair thing. Kids made a bunch of money. Worst thing about the kids fair, though, is they walk around and then spend all the money they made. It's really hard to get them not to do that. So they learn the earning money part, and they associate it immediately with consumption, which is just great. Not the takeaway. Not the takeaway that I want. But yeah, see you guys later.